Five.
Thank you. Welcome everyone to the Ukiah Unified School Board meeting of July 13th, 2020. We are meeting via video conference pursuant to the governor's emergency executive order in order to help keep less people in our board chambers. It would be very difficult for us to fit everybody, especially when there's a lot of public comment. There would not be enough room for the 35 people, for example, who have signed up for public comment tonight for us to be meeting in our boardroom. It was designed for normal circumstances, not 6 feet of physical distancing standpoint. So we are on UUSD's YouTube channel, and that is on the website. We will be doing public comment this evening. But I'm going to talk about that and get the agreement of the board as to how long we will be taking public comment a little bit later on. We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order and ask Ms. Ornelas to conduct our roll call. I am going to connect our roll call. Go ahead, you're there now, go ahead.
Sorry. I had to find the mute button. Okay, Trustee Diaz.
Here.
Trustee Fernandez.
Here.
Trustee Van Sant.
Here.
Trustee Arkin.
Here.
Trustee Molgard.
Present.
Trustee Nelson.
Present.
Trustee Barrett. Oh, where's Trustee Barrett?
She's not here. Okay.
Okay, let's find Trustee Barrett.
Okay, well, we will continue on, and I'm sure she will be with us shortly since she was with us for closed session. Okay, let's go ahead and do our flag salute again, please. You'd like to go ahead. Ready? Begin.
I pledge
Allegiance
To the
to
to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all.
justice for all.
Thank you. There is no report out from closed session. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
I so move.
Moved by Trustee Nelson,
I'll second that.
seconded by Trustee Diaz. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. We just have 3 actions tonight, which are kind of interrelated. And I guess for those, it's so funny not to be able to look out and see real people, but assuming you're all out there, just a couple caveats that I want to say at the beginning of the night is that remember that we know as well as you know that this is a rapidly changing situation and that we are going to have to pivot based on what the science tells us as time goes on. I don't think where we are in August is going to be where we are in December, which is going to be where we are in May of next year. And so I hope that everybody realizes that we're going to need a lot of patience with each other and a lot of flexibility because our situation is changing very rapidly. We promise to stay in close communication, both with families of students and of our employees. And whatever we know and whatever decisions we've made, we will certainly be keeping you as informed as we can. And right after this meeting, we'll be putting out information, and tomorrow we'll be putting out more information. So with that said, what we're going to do is we're going to have the presentation of by the superintendent And then we will have some questions by the board about that plan, both during and after the plan is presented. Then we'll take public comment. Then we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board for discussion and voting. When it comes to be public comment time, just so the board is aware, I will be helping us to form a consensus about how long you would like public expression to go on. Most of us have received many, many emails, but hopefully we can hear from the people who haven't written to us first. So far, we have 35 people signed up. And so, so after the presentation and before public comment, we'll be deciding, do we want to give everybody the full 3 minutes? Do you want to ask for less time or whatever? But we'll decide that together after the presentation. Any questions about that from the board? Yes, Trustee Van Sant?
I don't have a question, but I'm concerned that our colleague Trustee Barrett is not here. Do we know if she's on her way?
That is being investigated.
Investigated? Okay.
She's attempting to log on again.
Okay, thank you. Would you prefer to wait, Trustee Van Sant? I think she's received all these materials, so I don't think she's going to be missing anything.
No, I think we can begin the presentation. I just really want to make sure she's here. But yeah.
I'm sure she's on her way back in. Thank you. Superintendent Cuban.
I'm unmuting. There we go. Great to see everybody tonight. And I just wanted to thank you all for your support. These are definitely very trying, stressful, uncertain times. And both in our community, for parents, for our staff, teachers. And I just I'm really grateful to live in the community that we live in and to have the collaborative relationships that we have so we can try and work through things together. So I'm going to share my screen with you in a moment and for the public as well. And this presentation is attached to this agenda item for those of you who are watching in the public. And I'm going to walk the board through this presentation. And President Molgard, if you want me to pause, I know when I share my screen, I'm not going to be able to see everybody. So I don't know if you want to hold until the end for questions, just for ease of flow of the presentation, or how you'd like the board members to pause for questions. Do you want me to pause every few slides?
I'll just say Superintendent Cuban, and then you'll know that somebody has a question, since hopefully I'll still be able to see people.
Okay. And board members, you can also put something in the chat box. If you're not being seen, you can just put something that you have a question. You don't have to put your question in the chat box, but if none of us are seeing you, because we can't see everybody on the call, feel free to put it in the chat box. So I will get started. I'm going to share my screen here with everybody. And again, I welcome you, and I want to give a huge thank you to the over, I think it was 60 people who participated in developing these reopening options. Huge gratitude to Assistant Superintendent Katie Summer and to our Pomalita Principal Brian Barrett. They really spearheaded this work, and with our work groups. So I will move down this. Because this isn't a PDF, I'm going to share it this way. So tonight we're going to talk briefly about our guiding principles, what process we used for planning, talk about our guiding documents that we've used. We're going to discuss at length health and safety protocols, and then finally our school opening options. Also attached to this agenda item is our 2021 reopening plan. It's an initial reopening plan. We know we still have some more work to do on it, but it is a good start to a plan. By the end of September, I believe, we have to come back to the board with a learning continuity plan as required by the state of California. And these materials are a large piece of that future plan. So that template is just coming out from the state. So you saw our guiding principles at the last meeting. Our goal always is to have kids physically in school as much as we possibly can, because we know that that is really the best approach for most kids, to be physically present in school with their teachers. Unfortunately, due to this pandemic, it makes it more challenging to accomplish that. We need to make sure that we are implementing safety measures to protect staff, students, and our community. We want to make sure that we create a robust learning environment that supports students academically and also their social emotional health. And certainly that we focus and care for our most vulnerable populations. We have been working very hard on communication throughout this crisis. We will continue to do so. And we know that we play a very large role in our community. We're really proud of the work that we do. We take our responsibility seriously and know that we have a tremendous impact on our community. And we have a strong responsibility to make sure that we're serving all students, regardless of what platform of instruction that we're going to be using.
Just as a note there between slides that Trustee Barrett has joined us.
Oh, great. Welcome, Trustee Barrett. We're glad you're back. We had several working groups working in our district actually since May to talk about what reopening might look like. And additionally, we held some parent meetings. We did surveys of parents, students in the spring, and then also of parents and staff in the spring, asking questions about what model they might prefer. And then recently on July 2nd, I only wish that it was like January, some other time than now, and we were all in a healthier place. But on July 2nd, we sent another survey out to our certificated staff with some more detail on these models. We were considering to see where they were with what type of instructional model they might choose at this point. And as President Mulgard stated, we anticipate likely being in, I hate to say this because it just is a challenge, but to be in possibly all of these models next year at some point or another because of the changing circumstances. We've also consulted with our Mendocino County Public Health Officer. We've reviewed guidance documents from the American Academy of Pediatrics, the California Department of Public Health, California Department of Education, et cetera, et cetera. So we have, and I have to say that information changes rapidly. So what might be great today could totally change by tomorrow. So I appreciate everyone's flexibility as we work through this. We looked at several planning documents, including the Academy of Pediatrics. There's a coalition of public health officers. They call themselves the Regional Association of Northern California Public Health Officers, or RANCHO. They are working on a consensus document for schools, and we're trying to get guidance today from the state on it. So hopefully that will be coming out soon. But our plans that we're presenting tonight are in line with that draft document that I've seen. We talked about the California Department of Public Health guidance. And again, all of these documents that I'm referencing, except the Rancho document, are definitely available through a little Google search. Marin County Office of Education and the Marin County Public Health Department have done a great job collaborating and creating some documents and informational videos. So we definitely have relied on that group of people as well for information. I wanted to talk briefly about the California Department of Public Health. They have a reopening guidance document that we definitely are using. They are, if practicable, recommending 6 feet of physical distancing inside of buildings and outside. They are requiring facial coverings for students and staff. They are requiring frequent hand washing, sanitizing and cleaning, health screening, disinfection and ventilation. These are all the things that we've been looking at. Limiting access to campus for visitors, looking at employee health and safety issues, communication and transportation. So we really are addressing all of those within these plans. I'll say this PowerPoint presentation is an overview, and much more detail can be found in the other document that's attached here, our reopening document. So you'll see a lot more in that document related to health and safety issues. The American Academy of Pediatrics put out a guidance for school reentry, and it stresses that it stresses the fundamental role of schools in providing academic instruction, social and emotional skills, safety, nutrition, physical activity, and mental health therapy. Also, they talked about that schools are critical to addressing racial and social inequity. And they talked about how school closure disproportionately affects students of color and children from low socioeconomic backgrounds. And in their document, they talk about the evidence from spring of 2020 that it points to negative impacts on learning. And I will say that we went into our March, I think it was 16th or 17th, distance learning program in an emergency, and we didn't have a lot of time to plan. You know, if we end up at some point during this school year having to go into distance learning, we will definitely be much better prepared. Although I do have to say our staff really stepped up and into their very, very much changed role. And I appreciate so much everything that they did. The American Academy of Pediatrics, they strongly advocate that policy considerations should start potentially with the goal of having students physically present in schools. Their most recent communication that they sent out on Friday is to ensure that that local decisions are being made. So they're emphasizing the importance of local decisions being made, and certainly taking into account the safety and well-being of staff, students, and our families. Just a few other considerations for reopening. As you all know, our enrollment in Ukiah Unified has grown by over 400 students over the last 5 or 6 years. So we're close to capacity. And each year, surprisingly to us, we have increasing enrollment. And so that definitely impacts our considerations for reopening. The size of our classrooms, we of course have to look at the size of our classrooms and see how many students we can reasonably fit in our classrooms to provide for the maximum amount of physical distancing. And our goal is to try and get close to 6 feet. The geographic size of our district is very large. As you all know, we serve 4 different communities, and transportation regarding the geographic size of our district it definitely has impacts. Also impacting reopening is our number of teachers. In California, we've had a teacher shortage, and our number of bus drivers. So although we have more buses, it's very difficult to find enough qualified bus drivers. Also, consideration is our hot weather in August through October. And all I can hope for is that on top of all of this, we don't have a public safety power shutdown. So just another fun thing that we get to deal with. So I wanted to share with you, as I stated, we did a staff survey sent out on July 2nd, and we wanted to ask our staff, considering the time period right now, which of these options would you prefer? And I only pulled one of the questions off of this, but you can see here, we did poll our staff about the hybrid model. So if they were presented with teaching in a hybrid model, which we'll talk about later in the meeting, or a 5-day-a-week model, or remote learning, sorry, a hybrid model versus a remote learning, which would they prefer to teach? And you can see the results here, that 61% of our elementary students and about 80% of our elementary teachers took this survey. So 80%, this represents 80% of our elementary teaching force, and 61% said they'd prefer to teach with a hybrid model. 28.8 said they prefer to teach remotely 5 days a week, and then 9.3% said they had no preference. I also want to note that this was given on July 2nd, and it's now, I don't even know what day it is today.
The 13th.
the 14th or the 13th. And, you know, a lot has happened in our community over the last 10 days. So anyway, that's just some information for you. Our middle school results, same question. Would you prefer to teach in a hybrid model or remote learning? And on this, we had 60% of our middle school teachers respond, and which is lower. But 47.4% said they'd prefer to teach with a hybrid model. And I have to move my screen around because my 36.8% prefer to teach remotely, and 15.8% have no preference. And then we also polled our high school staff, and same question, would you prefer to teach in hybrid or would you prefer to teach remotely? And on this, we had just a little over 50% of our high school staff respond to this survey. And you'll see here that 44.7% prefer to teach in person 5 days a week. Sorry, I think I pulled the wrong question and I may have to replace this again. So let me get to this. Hold on just a second. I thought I replaced this with the proper question. And actually, I actually have the wrong, this slide got moved out, so I'll just read it to you and then we'll get it corrected. But on Model C, this is the Model C question, 66% said that they preferred to teach with a hybrid model, and 21.3% prefer to teach remotely, and 12.8% have no preference. So please disregard this particular slide, and I'm sorry about that. I don't know how that happened, but oh, because I was reading the middle school slide. So sorry. Nope, there we go. That's very strange. Sorry about that, everybody. We will get that corrected though. So we talked at length in our work groups about health and safety protocols that need to be in place for every learning model. So regardless of the learning model, we need to make sure these are in place. Physical distancing, as much as possible, 6 feet, staff members from students. Students and staff required to wear facial coverings except when eating or outside physically distanced. Frequent hand washing and sanitizing, health screening. This goes back to the California Department of Public Health slide. Increased ventilation, arrival and pickup procedures, visitors on campus by appointment only. We would not be allowing parent volunteers in the classrooms until things are safe. As you can see, this approach is to limit our campuses to just students and staff on campus. Staggered breaks with social distancing, and then quarantine and school closure procedures. So those all went into, and they're described in that longer document if you open that up. We have been doing a ton of acquisition of personal protective equipment. When we first went into this in March, there was a severe shortage of a lot of things. And so we have been acquiring personal protective equipment as much as we can, as quickly as we can. And I really am grateful to Gabe Sherman, our Director of Maintenance Operations and Transportation, and his team for quickly jumping on things as they become available. We also will be receiving some PPE from the state, but we didn't want to wait for that because we did not want the lack of personal protective equipment to be the barrier to us reopening to some type of in-person model. We've acquired cloth face coverings. So ear loop masks and cloth gaiters, 1 per person for students and staff. We have acquired clear face masks because we know when kids are learning how to read, it's really helpful to be able to see the teacher's mouth. So we do have some clear face masks, which would be an option for staff. We have disposable masks for nurses, and if somebody forgets their mask. We have face shields for staff, which would count as a facial covering. We have acquired disposable smocks. We've acquired gloves, and we've acquired plexiglass that we plan to install where needed to create barriers in our buildings. So we have been busily acquiring what we need to make sure that we're able to open it when it's safe. Each classroom will be equipped with a hand sanitizer dispenser at the exterior entrance. Bulk hand sanitizer stations they'll be strategically located at schools. All sinks have hand soap and paper towels. We're going to make sure that sites have additional hydration stations. We also acquired a lot of no-touch thermometers. And so we will have one for every classroom and office, just in case they are needed. The guidance from our public health officer is that temperature screening before entering the campus is not the best mitigation strategy. So, but if there's a concern about a student, we will have no-touch thermometers for people to do a temperature screening if needed. Transportation has been an issue. We transport about 1,650 students a day. And as I talked about the geographic region we serve, it's very large. So we are still waiting for guidance from our local public health officer related to transportation. And we're looking at two different models. One is 2 students per seat on each bus. Masks would be required, and windows would be open, and we would have very specific loading procedures and including assigned seats. The other model is staggered seating with 1 student to a seat. In this scenario, we would only be able to transport all mandated transportation students, special education, foster, and homeless students. We would not be able to provide transportation to any other students in our district. So those are the issues related to transportation. And again, we're still waiting for some guidance on that. So jumping into school opening options, and we did put some sample bell schedules in here. And I want to thank our scheduling group for all of the work that they did. We've got a bunch of very creative educators who worked really hard to get a variety of options for scheduling. And I do want to say before we jump into all these charts that the times that are listed here, the start and end times, they may vary slightly. And then also within the internal schedule, it might vary slightly as well. So we really just wanted to share this with you so you get an idea of what the different options are. Trustee Van Sant, did you have a question? Oh, no. Okay. So what we looked at, option 1 is a 5-day-a-week model. All students on campus with options for, in all of these options, we will have parents have the option to choose 100% distance learning, or in special cases, independent study. And the state has defined very clearly that they want students in the on-campus or the on-campus model as much as possible. But for students who are medically fragile or for parents who are self-quarantining because of COVID, they can choose a distance learning option or independent study. So we are offering that up as a choice to our families and to our teachers for teaching. So that's model 1. Option 2 is a modified 5-day-a-week model. So all students would be on campus with a modified schedule. So they might leave before lunch, but there again would be options for distance learning. And I'll show you some examples of schedules in just a minute. Option 3, which is our recommended option, is a hybrid model where only 50% of the students are on campus at a time. And again, there would be options for 100% distance learning or independent study by parent choice. And then if we are required to, in consultation with our public health officer, fully move to distance learning, 100% of our students in distance learning, we would do so. And the law around this has become very specific in that we have to consult with our health officer before we would be moving to distance learning. So that is option 4. So I'm just going to jump into this. Again, I want to thank the staff for everything that they're doing here. You can see some more detail about what these options might be. This is a great little chart that is both in this PowerPoint presentation and also in the reopening document that's about 18 pages long. And for those of you who are trying to figure out which choice you want, this gives you a lot of detail as to what these different choices would be. So I won't go over this entire chart, but you can see that the instructional schedule is detailed. And we'll get into it when I get into the actual schedules. The physical distancing is detailed. So for example, under option 1, we would not be able to achieve, or option 2, we would not be able to achieve 6 feet of physical distancing. So that is detailed there, but under the hybrid model, we would be able to achieve that or get very, very close to it. And then facial coverings will be required. I'll say that again, facial coverings will be required in any in-person type of program, both for students and for staff.
Trustee Nielsen?
Deb, oh, you just answered it. So that is students and staff, no matter what, wearing face coverings.
That is
Because
correct.
I saw the FAQs that were laid out for staff. It was FAQs around the face coverings, and it was, I mean, it fell in line with public health and all the rest of the things we've been using to guide our lives recently. And it made me feel real comfortable. I think that we owe it to our staff that the children also have to wear masks 100% of the time. It doesn't make sense for the teachers to be protecting the kids, but the kids not to be protecting the staff. I think that's something that we're gonna have to be really rigid about. I certainly don't want my family members in a classroom without somebody with a face covering. And I'd hate to think that our staff is subjected to that either.
Yeah, and we do have other educational options too. There is 100% distance learning. So if that particular dress code requirement doesn't meet the need, there are other options for families as well. But we do absolutely expect to implement that. Transportation, I talked about. We're asking that for arrival procedures and pickup, that parents need to stay in their cars when students are dropped off and picked up. I know that that's going to be a change, especially for elementary parents, but it's for the safety of our staff and our students that happens. I talked about no visitors on campus. It will also be a change to, in education, we're very open, and we don't do a lot by appointment. We do most things by drop-in, but next year with our in-person program in place, we will need to get into the habit and practice of making appointments prior to coming onto the campus. So we will be adjusting to that. Health screening, we will have a health screening tool. We're going to be asking that families screen their students prior to coming to school, and that students ask some question, or they respond to some questions. Our secondary students will be able to do that easily. Our elementary kids will need a little bit of help from their teachers in asking the health screening questions. So we will ask that, and we will also ask our staff to self-screen prior to coming to work.
Can I ask a question about that? The symptoms that I'm sure many people have heard during self-assessments are fevers or chills, cough, shortness of breath, fatigue, muscle aches, headaches, loss of taste or smell, sore throat, congestion, nausea or diarrhea. And I noticed that I had a few of these on Saturday morning, and I was like, oh no, I've got COVID. And then it dawned on me that the night before I'd tied one on, and I was pretty hungover. And so I'm just wondering, when we're going through this, how do people not get confused with I was joking about the hangover. That was inappropriate. Actually, I thought it was funny, but how do we coach our staff and students the difference between an allergy and COVID? What's that boundary look like? Because I haven't been able to find anything for my personal guidance.
And Tyler, I'll just say, and somebody may have a better answer than I have, but I think that we are used to pushing through illness you know, in our workplaces, if we have a little sneeze or a cough or whatever, we just push through it and we come and work anyway. We no longer can do that. If we have any sort of, you know, suspicion of a symptom, it's best to stay home. So, so that would just be my advice on that. If you have any concerns whatsoever, and always, of course, see your primary care physician.
And Trustee Nelson, that issue also comes up. I see it's not included yet because we probably didn't have a good number for it, but having some full-time roving subs or substitute teachers and paras assigned to schools is also something that will probably be coming back to us in August. For that exact reason, because if everybody is erring on the side of caution, we would certainly have more absences.
Yes, and we are looking at staggered breaks and recesses. We are looking at students receiving bagged breakfast and lunches and potentially eating in the classrooms or outside or distanced in the cafeteria. We are looking at students washing or sanitizing hands before entering the classroom. And again, we have lots of hand sanitizer. Thank you, Gabe. And then we also, like I said, Marin County has done a really nice job developing some documents. We took the idea of one of their documents to create some protocols to put in place for if we have a positive case on campus, what happens. So that is included as well in these materials and should help allay some fears. So I also want to thank my Mendocino County superintendent colleagues who we've been collaborating around this for the last couple of months as well. And it's nice being able to partner with other school districts to see what they're doing. Santa Rosa City Schools has also been incredibly helpful to our work. So just want to acknowledge and thank them. I'm going to close that document. And sorry, let's see here. Okay, I'm back to there. Let me scroll down. Okay, so here's some detail. Option 1 is that students are back to school 5 days a week with a regular schedule. Like I said, this does not allow for physical distancing. It's traditional class sizes. It does meet the minimum instructional minutes of 240, which is in the law. We would do health screenings. Students and staff would wear facial coverings. And again, parent choice for 100% distance learning or independent study. I didn't make a schedule to show you because it's just the schedule that we're used to. So under option 2 for K-8, K-8 students would be back to school 5 days a week with a shorter day. Students would attend school for 4 hours a day. They would leave by lunchtime and get a lunch to go. And for middle school students, they would be put in pods of 30 and the teachers would rotate into their classrooms to minimize the mixing of students as they're going through passing periods. It's much easier it's not easy to do in a middle school. It's much easier to do in a middle school than in the high school where kids are taking so many different classes and different levels. In this model, we'd have traditional class size. We would have health screenings. Students and staff would wear facial coverings. Again, this does not allow for 6 feet of physical distancing between the students. In this model, parents could choose to have 100% distance learning or independent study. Here is the sample middle school schedule. You can just see that the kids are in pods. They'd start around 8:30, they'd end around 12:30. They would go 5 days a week, but it would be full class sizes. In the high school, because we have 1,650 students at the high school, we would actually still, under this model, split the students in half, and there would be an AM session and a PM session. So they'd have a shortened day with an AM PM session, but they would be there 5 days a week. They'd have 150 minutes of on-site instruction and 150 minutes of distance learning. This in the state law, there is the state made the way to meet the number of instructional minutes flexible, meaning that you can do distance learning, you can do a combination of in-person and distance learning, but you have to meet the minimum number of instructional minutes, and you have to go to school for 180 school days. So those two pieces are not flexible. In this model, students would have a staggered days for lunch. Students would wear facial coverings. And again, parents would have choice for all 100% distance learning or independent study. And here's just a sample schedule from the high school with time periods. You can see that there, and just as an example. And in the afternoon, the staff would be, school would get out a little bit early, and the staff would be doing distance learning and collaboration and professional development for the last 45 minutes of the day. So option 3A is our K-12 students would be back to school 2 to 3 days a week. And a student would attend, again, we divide the school in half. So we'd have, this is a 50% model. Students would attend 2 full days on site and alternating half days on Wednesdays. So this would, between the offsite and the onsite days, they would complete a minimum of 240 instructional minutes on the offsite days. On the onsite, they would be there full day. And this would meet the minimum 240 days of instructional minutes with onsite instruction and distance learning. And the number of students on campus at any one time would be reduced in half to allow for physical distancing. Facial covering and health screenings would be required. And the parents, of course, even in this model, could choose 100% distance learning or independent study. So that's 3A. We wanted to show you a couple of different examples. So the difference between 3A and 3B, 3A, students every other week get an additional day on campus in front of their teachers, which would be on the Wednesday. So in this example, Group A would go to school Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday in the first week, and Group B would go to school Thursday and Friday in person. And then on the next week, Group B would go to school on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Group A would come on Monday and Tuesday. So the 2 days would be stable, and then the Wednesday would rotate every other week. So just gets another day. We do a half day on Wednesday. Students would leave right at lunchtime for a variety of reasons, including making sure that we honor the early release day and our staff is able to have their time within professional learning communities. So that would be the sample elementary. The sample middle school, the same concept here. The middle schools have, we do 6 periods. They'd have a 6-period day. And then on the Wednesday, they would do periods 1 through 6 within that shorter block of time. Same thing, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Group A, week 1, and then Group B, Thursday and Friday. The following week, Group B, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So that's just a sample schedule. Here's a high school sample schedule. Same concept here. The high school will be moving to a block schedule next year. It's called a 4x4 block, and I think we talked about it at the last board meeting. They had been exploring this type of model for about a year. They had decided to put it on hold, but when staff realized that at some point we may be faced with more distance learning, they felt that it was in the best interest of students to only have to manage 4 classes at a time instead of 6, and teachers to only have 90 student contacts instead of 150. So we will be moving to the 4x4 block next year, and this schedule matches that. So they would have 4 periods a day. Each period would be 1 hour and 15 minutes. They would be full days. The last hour of the day under this schedule would be reserved for distance learning, supporting students through distance learning, and also some collaboration time. And then option 3B, the only difference in this one is the Wednesday. So a lot of schools and districts are doing a similar model to this, whereby the school is split in half. Students come to school 2 days a week. And then Wednesday is used as a distance learning day. And so teachers are serving their entire group of students on that day through distance learning. The benefit of this is if we have to move to distance learning at some point, it gives kids and teachers some practice together and some instructional time on how to do that before we have to go back into it in some sort of crisis or emergency. So there is definitely a benefit to this model in that if we end up having to eventually be there someday, the kids have the benefit of having very good access to their teacher in person and also through distance. This meets the, sorry.
I just wanted, sorry, I'm sorry about that. I just wanted to be clear that the only difference between 3A and 3B is the Wednesdays. There's not a difference in the length of the school day, or did I miss that?
For the high school, there's a slight difference in the length of the school day. I'll scroll down to that schedule, Megan.
Or that's fine. But for middle school and elementary school, the school day looks like it would end a little bit early, but not that early on those in-person days.
It would not, it would be their regular schedule.
Okay,
Except on Wednesdays.
right. Okay.
So
Thank you.
that's pretty much it. On Wednesday, the staff would engage their students in distance learning. And again, in this model, parents can choose 100% distance learning or independent study. Facial coverings would be required. We would be able to get to close to the 6 feet of physical distancing. And we put a couple of sample schedules in here. On the Wednesdays, we'd be doing distance learning. They'd have mandatory class meetings. Plus options that include distance learning office hours, tutorial, extended labs, practicum, and then professional learning communities. So this is a sample elementary schedule. The sample middle school schedule, again, the only difference there is that Wednesday. And then in the high school schedule, you can see, Megan, this is probably what you're thinking about. The day goes to 3:30 because they're blocking in all of that distance learning time and PLC time onto the Wednesday. So they don't tack it at the end of the day, like in the 3A model. So the kids actually go to school until 3:30 on their days that they're going to school instead of 2:30, I think is the other schedule. So those are the, and then option 4 is that all students are on distance learning. And our lawmakers were very clear about wanting students to be physically on campus as much as possible when it's safe, and that we would only move to 100% distance learning if the conditions warranted it in consultation with public health. So, but knowing that we might be 100% in distance learning at some point, we've talked a lot about how to make it better and more rigorous and more supportive than it was last spring. And again, our staff, I'm so grateful to all that they did to quickly jump into our model in the spring. But we noticed, especially toward the end, it was harder to engage kids. Kids kind of dropped off a little bit. I know in talking with parents, it was very much a struggle to keep kids motivated and engaged. And so we are working on making the program, our distance learning program, more robust. We learned a lot in the spring, as we always do as educators. There's always more good work to be done, but in this case, we would students would be attending school offsite all days for a minimum of 240 instructional minutes. The students will have mandatory attendance, engagement, and work completion requirements. The law specifies how to do this, and especially with work completion requirements. In the independent study model, teachers assign credit based on work completion, and so attendance would be assigned in a similar fashion. And then teachers in this model, teachers would be instructing students. This is not an independent study model. This is a virtual teaching and learning model. In the independent study model, teachers meet with students for 1 hour a week, and they give them their assignments for the week. This distance learning program is not that. Teachers will be instructing students each day. Students will be attending online each day. But in this model, obviously, there are no students on campus if we had to go district-wide. Trustee Van Sant?
If this is too long of a digression, we can wait for later, but I have two questions. I'm trying to understand how the distance learning option that would be offered no matter what with all the models works, in that is there going to be one second grade teacher who would have all the second graders district wide? And I'm curious about that part. If you could very briefly, I don't want to extend the meeting any longer, but let me know how that could work. And the second question, which is really not that important to make a decision on today, but I guess I'm wondering that if we did move to all distance learning, 100% distance learning, is there any reason we couldn't still have students on campus for, let's say there's going to be a special small group reading instruction with like 2 or 3 kids or something? I mean, I guess, or if we wanted to open the library socially distant for kids, I just not quite clear why we could not use our campuses still, because they're huge empty spaces in that situation.
Got it. So on number 1, yes, we do plan, when we polled parents at the end of May, we asked them if they plan to send their students back or if they would be choosing some sort of off-campus model. And about 30% of our parents at that time said that they would not be sending their students back to an in-person model. And again, that can change over time. There was no commitment there. But we will be, as soon as the board makes the decision, we will be enrolling students or re-enrolling them into the parents program of choice. And so, yes, there would be a teacher who is assigned full-time to, let's say, a group of second grade students. We want to keep the kids as connected to their home school as possible. And we think that, when we look at the numbers, we likely will have enough kids to run a whole second grade. We may have to
you're thinking a whole second grade at one school?
A whole second grade classroom, potentially. So we'll know more in the next week, because as soon as the board makes the decision, we're going to be reaching out to our parents first through a survey. And then for those who don't respond, we are bringing our staff back, some staff members back early, the week of the 20th, which I think is next week, to personally call families. Also really important that I didn't mention, we need to get families on the same schedule. So if a student, if a parent has kids at Frank Zeke, Pomalita, and the high school, and the board supports a hybrid learning model, we will work to schedule that family so that the kids have the same schedule, and they're going to school on the same days. So it's going to be, we have over 6,000 students, as you know. It's going to be quite a puzzle to put together, but we are ready for the challenge of being able to offer our families some choices. And then we need to get the staffing component lined up as well. Trustee Begins.
How long is the school day in the distance model?
It's a minimum of 240 instructional minutes. So that's a minimum of, it's a minimum of 4 hours is what the law requires. And Katie can talk more in detail. We have volumes of paper that has been produced with sample distance learning schedules that we'll be asking our staff to implement. And so anyway, we didn't include all of that in this document. When we bring it back to the board, it likely will all be included, because we need to show to the state what our learning continuity plan is, and that's a key component of it. But the law requires that we implement the minimum number of instructional minutes.
Thank you.
And those are all different by grade span. I use 240 because that's the maximum of the minimum. That's what it is for grades 4 through 12. Kindergarten, it's 180 minutes. And then grades 1 through 3, it is 230 minutes. So we use 240 as kind of the example.
Thank you.
Okay, so there's distance learning. We have a couple, so here is our current recommendation. And I say current because we know that a lot can change. A lot has changed in the last week. But I did again consult with we did consult with our public health officer about a week ago, 10 days ago. And she suggested and again, the public health officer gives us guidance. She does not make the decision. The board makes the decision. And she at that time recommended that a hybrid model would be the safest reopening plan. I did reach out to her again today because we had some additional cases of COVID over the weekend in our community. And she again said that a hybrid model would be the best that's how she would guide us, is to a hybrid model. Again, all of this could change in the next week. School starts in 35 days. I can't believe that. And all of it could change by then. We just don't know. So like President Mulgard said, it's really important that we stay flexible and connected. And so, but our current recommendation right now is to start with a hybrid model. And we wanted to give the board a couple of options. We talked about 3A, which uses the Wednesday as an instructional day. So every other Wednesday, students would get 3 days a week of school, and then 2 days on the off days. By the way, on the days that they are not in school, they will be doing distance learning assignments and at home, basically. And then the second piece is to use the Wednesday for distance learning, for district-wide distance learning on the Wednesdays. You also have some options and choices regarding whether or not these days are full and include, the lunch period, or we go until lunch. Tricky is managing lunchtime. If students are eating in their classrooms, in their stable groups, it's not tricky. But just some challenges that were expressed from our administrators and certainly our staff is, how do we manage 800 students on a high school campus during lunch and make sure that they are physically distancing from each other? So we are very creative, and we'll certainly do whatever we need to do to make that happen. But those are the options as we see them at this time. And we feel strongly that if conditions improve, if we start this way and conditions improve in the first, obviously we'll be looking at this weekly, but if they improve, that we could expand to a 5-day-a-week model. We'd have to obviously consult with the public health officer on that. But this is our current recommendation, and we can go back to looking at this, but for students who are medically fragile or who are self-quarantining, parents will have the option for all distance learning, or for more independent learners, an independent study program. The schedule allows for approximately 6 feet of distancing, reduces the number of students on campus in half at a time. And those are both key points for teacher and staff safety, is the ability to do distancing and wear facial coverings, and as per the governor's order. And again, if data supports moving to a reduced physical distancing standard, schools may eventually move to a 5-day-a-week model, which allows students to be on campus, all students to be on campus at the same time. Also with this, we have some budget recommendations, and I can let my colleagues pop in at any point, or maybe at the end. I know it's hard to do this via Zoom, but if Wednesday is a distance learning day, for example, no students are on campus or a shortened day, we don't feel like we need additional custodial time. But if we do have kids on campus on Wednesday, we think we're going to need more custodial support. And I'll let Gabe kind of walk you through why on that. He is the expert. We also would like to start acquiring classroom and air purification systems. That cost is about $250,000. We've already ordered plexiglass barriers. And again, we have been getting on things so that we don't get to the point where they're all gone and we can't get something. So we have already ordered these. We would like to put a webcam in, this is a preliminary number, but we'd like to put some webcams in our classrooms so that kids are at home. If they didn't quite get the lesson on their A day and they're home, that they could maybe link into the lesson that's going on in the classroom from home. So that's about $210,000. There's a screencast recording software that is desired from the technology department to help with that. Trustee
Yep. I'm curious. When I was in college, I was away from the campus, and so I took long distance learning classes. When I saw this, it reminded me of that I took, I don't know, 8 units of classes where I was never on campus. And I'm wondering, when the different groups were working on putting together these plans, is that something you guys looked into, where it would be a hybrid model, for example, but on those off days for the kids, it would actually be in class, going to class. So it would be a standard class work week. Was that ever considered?
Katie Summer, Assistant Superintendent, can you respond to that? Sorry, I can't see her right now, so I only see 6 of you.
Good evening. Sorry, I can't see everyone either, so it's a little awkward. The challenge with, we have looked at purchasing cameras so that students could potentially participate in class when, at home, I mean, when other kids are in class. There are some challenges with that, but we are looking at how could we be able to have students, especially if they're home quarantining, could they also participate in class? So that's one reason why we're looking at the use of the webcams. They still, it's still a camera, so you have to put it in the correct place. There's some challenges with that, but that is the purpose of the cameras.
Okay, other budget considerations. We feel very strongly that we need to hire an additional family community liaison to help out with COVID-related issues and to interface with public health. We know that as this pandemic goes on, if for some reason we have a positive case, it will be helpful to have a dedicated employee who's able to do research and interface with public health. So we're hoping to get that person trained in the big picture of contact tracing. This person is not going to take the place of public health, but would work hand in hand with public health related to COVID. We also feel like we need some additional time for staff for professional development related to distance learning, related to safety and health protocols, related to curriculum development. And so we'd like to propose that.
I'm sorry for interrupting your flow. The last time I remember talking about a PD day, it was about $100,000 per day. This is a lot of money, and I'm wondering why is it gone from 100 to $250,000?
It's actually 150,000 for teachers, and this would allow us to also do some professional development with our classified staff as well.
Okay, thank you.
You know, some of our paraprofessionals have asked for additional technology training so they can be helpful in a Zoom breakout room, for example. They don't quite know how to use, some of them don't know how to use the technology, others do. So it would allow for that too. We also have looked at, and we have not finalized this yet, but there's a software platform called Edgenuity, and they're actually courses that are specifically designed. It's an online platform of courses, and it's really good for grades 6 through 12. We're looking at something different for K through 5, and we're in the process of talking about where we'd use that software platform. So again, we want to try and have consistency across grade levels and across courses. and not have things dependent on you know, which teacher you have necessarily. And so these would be courses that kids would take and the teacher would facilitate the courses. So we're still working out the details of that, but that's how much a seat for every student costs. And we definitely, it would help us provide more consistency with our distance learning program. And then we really want to work on after school and evening tutoring. As we know, if kids aren't in school all the time, they're going to need extra help. And so we'd like to set up Zoom hours where we can hire our teachers in the after school segment or the evening to hold office hours. These are people who'd be ready to tutor in math and English language arts, in science. So that's about we estimate for the year about 250,000. And we do not have a comprehensive budget ready. I think we shared with the board at the June meeting, we're getting some additional one-time money to mitigate learning loss in our school district, learning loss that kids experienced last spring, and then any learning loss that they will experience this fall if we're not fully back to school. And so we will bring a more comprehensive budget plan. These were just some things that we want to get started between now and the start of the school year. And all of these expenses would be coming from one-time COVID-19 funds that we're going to receive in the 2021 school year. So those are some budget considerations. Next steps and timelines. We need to communicate the opening plan to families. I haven't made a video in a long time. I'm looking forward to it and explaining these different options to our families. And then, of course, with all of this, we need to negotiate the working condition impacts with our Ukiah Teachers Association and CSEA. Again, I really appreciate the collaborative work that we've done so far. We've had people on all of our work groups, and I'm hoping that that process goes smoothly. Parents will be selecting whether or not they want to opt for distance learning only. And then we want to make sure, like I said, we'll call parents to make sure they've received the form, make sure we know what program that they want, and that they will get scheduled into their desired program. And then we'll get you a finalized budget for the additional funds to mitigate learning loss. We'll bring it to you in August. So those are our short-term next steps. Woo. Katie Summer or Brian Barrett, did I miss anything?
No, I think you got it all there, Deb.
Principal Barrett?
Information.
Yep, it sounded good, Deb. You did a great job.
Okay, well, I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. So that's our plan. And again, for the public, there's another document attached to the board agenda that has a tremendous amount of detail in it, especially as it relates to health and safety. So make sure that you check that out. And I will, if at your discretion, President Mulgard, I will stop sharing my screen.
Okay, and just to be clear, do you need any budget authority this evening?
Yes, we would love some budget authority this evening.
The ones that were listed?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so maybe we'll talk about logically budget should follow policy. So we will do the policy first and then decide on and then take a separate budget question. So now we're going to have any questions from the board that we'd like to hear, and then we'll move on to public comment. Trustee Van Sant.
I do have some questions. So
Excellent.
some of them are comments that may not exactly need an answer tonight, but I'll just go down my list. So one of the things that's, you know, as we all have been, I've been looking at a lot of different information about this for months, like every day. And one of the things that I came across was the San Francisco Public Health Guidelines about opening schools. And one of the things that struck me is their primary point was that in past information or past experience with schools, staff to staff transmission was actually a greater concern than student to staff or in the students. So it just kind of struck me because we've been so focusing on kids and the challenges of working around large groups of children, but actually staff to staff transmission and adult to adult was potentially a bigger issue. So I'm just wondering that in the guidelines, if we're also making it clear that staff break rooms need to be socially distant and that the staff to staff interaction is equally important, and in this case, maybe even more so than the issue about being around groups of children. So that was just something that I didn't really see reflected in the health and safety guidelines, because again, I think we've been focused so much on the on kids, but it did strike me as something worth looking into. In my workplace, there's a lot of rules around how we interact, and it seemed like, and we're all adults in the workplace, so it seemed something to bring up. That's more just a comment. I wanted to talk about, and I think this is an idea that may not go anywhere, but I should be optimistic about it before I even shoot it down myself. Several teachers in their communication have referenced the challenge, and you did this as well, Deb, in your presentation, of having to wait for test results if they've been exposed to somebody with COVID. And I think this risk would be exposed to someone in their other life, not even on their school, not in school campus, but chances of being exposed to another person in the community, member, a family member, or somebody else are high. And having to wait 10 days for that test result to clear them means 10 days without kids having a teacher. And I know that our hospital has a testing process that's only 4 hours long. And I'm wondering if it would be worth asking them if they would grant us, let's say, up to 10 tests a week that maybe the district could request, so that we can return people back to the classroom quicker if all they're waiting for is a negative test result. I don't know if they'd give us special access, but I know that first responders get special access, and I think teachers are just as essential as first responders. So I think we could make a good case for it, particularly if we put some sort of limit on it and made it kind of manageable. It wouldn't be necessarily anybody who wanted it. It wouldn't necessarily be a school staff who just wanted a test quick. It would have to have some connection to their ability to return to work quicker. But it seemed to me like it couldn't hurt to ask. So I don't know, just maybe a request to Adventist Health for that. It would really make a difference if school personnel did have access to much quicker testing. And I think we can make a strong case for why they should. I think the tradition in our schools of letting kids know what classes they're going to be in like the week before school starts, I know that's a longstanding tradition, but in this case, I'm hoping we can let parents, if we end up with a hybrid model, I'm hoping we can let parents know what days their kids will be going to school sooner rather than later, because it's going to require so much planning in terms of childcare and things like that. And again, I know we have this tradition of waiting till the Friday before school starts, but in this situation, I would hope we could, if we approve that model today, give that information to parents as soon as we could. That was just a comment. And then I also just want to express the strong support for the community family liaison who could work as a contact tracer. I think that's going to be super essential. I'd really encourage us to hire a bilingual community family liaison if we can. I think that keeping track of who may have been exposed to COVID and now is having to isolate and quarantine both students and staff would be super important. And again, they may have to isolate or quarantine due to exposure outside of the school setting. So I'm really glad that we're having that position. I think it's really critical. That's it on my list for right now. Oh, I have a budget question, but we'll wait till we get to the budget part. President Mulgard, does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay.
Let's hold on that then.
Okay, that's it. I'm gonna go mute.
Okay. Super. Trustee Fernandez.
So I had a couple questions as well. Our teachers on special assignment, SSCs, reading teachers, what with the hybrid model, what would be the plan for those teachers? That's one question. Do you want me to keep going or?
No, let's wait.
Katie, do you want to answer that question?
Sure. So we're currently working on what our hybrid models would look like. We don't have exactly what those teachers would be doing because it will be dependent upon how many parents select remote distance learning and staffing issues. So we will be, as we get a better understanding of the numbers and our staffing needs, we'll be looking at how those positions will be used.
Okay.
Principal Barrett.
They were very helpful when we were in our distance learning at the end of the year in helping teachers do a better job in their distance learning teaching. So I think that they would be very helpful there. Also working with our EL students, and keeping contact with our English language learners. It was one of the things they did really well. So those are a couple things that TOSAs did, you know, keeping with the distance learning and helping out.
Okay, thank you. So what about special ed, resource speech? How would those services be delivered to students with the hybrid?
Katie?
So those services will mostly will be done both face-to-face and remotely.
So more details to come?
Yeah, because it, again, I mean, I know that's not giving you a specific, like it's all this or all that, but it will depend on the specific needs of the students and their schedules.
Okay, and at the middle school and high school, what about choir and band? We've heard so much about how choir singing is a high-risk activity. What, has there been any discussion about if we would still offer choir and band or how that would look?
Yeah, I'll let Principal Barrett, since he spoke to his teachers, they've been working on that. So I'll let Principal Barrett discuss that.
Yeah, they've been working on plans where they can use technology, and if we're doing a combination classes where we're, you know, going partially, you know, at school, partially at home, students would use their Chromebook to sing or play, and then there would be a technology or apps that they could get to combine some of those things into group performances. They also talked about doing, if we're in more remote learning, doing more of the history and theory of music. Both teachers talked about doing, you know, integrating more of that into their learning modules.
Thank you. And my last question for now is, so with the hybrid and middle school, do you envision that middle schools, it would be pods if it's hybrid, or were the pods just the modified 5-day?
I guess this is back to me on this one. I was really going to try to stay quiet today. I didn't want to answer, but anyway, I think that we could go either way with the schedule. Actually, I think the pods are unique in that it's helps us with limiting the amount of contacts that students have throughout the day. It also helps us with tracing, and if we had to trace and cut down or shut down a pod because of COVID infection of some sort, then we could do that easier in the pod. So I think there's some benefits to both. It does limit the amount of electives that would be available to students.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Trustee Nelson.
I'm really interested in every instructional minute in front of a teacher that the kids can have. It became real evident to me how powerful teachers are when the kids were not in front of the teachers. With the models 3A, is it 3A and 3B or 3 and 3A?
3A and 3B.
It's 3A and 3B, and then the subset after that is before or after lunch.
My brain is going to explode. I appreciate the need for practice of doing the social distancing model, the stay-at-home model, but it feels like a lot of lost time, and I'm wondering if there was any discussion with doing 2 weeks of practice or 3 weeks of practice and then resorting back to the model 3A. Start with 3B, do 2 or 3 weeks with it. We got a little practice, but then let's get back in front of teachers so we can actually get some real learning done. Was there any discussion on that?
You're saying, Trustee Nelson, you're saying that let's say we had a 2-month period in which it was safe enough to be doing on-campus teaching. You're saying let's not do 3B that entire time as distance learning. let's do it for a little while, then have more teacher time. But you're still prepared because you did those practices.
Absolutely. The more time a kid can be in front of a teacher, it's evident that it works. I mean, we've turned out brilliant kids for lots of years. The end of this last year was really tough, and it was kind of emergency purposes. It sounds as if the district has some new tools to use for the distance learning. I can't imagine they're as powerful as being in front of a teacher. And so I hesitate to stick with just a 3B style plan and go, oh, we're going to practice and practice and practice and practice, when we can get a little practice in and then switch back to the 3A model and actually have real teaching. Not real teaching, I'm sorry, more effective teaching.
Okay, thank you.
The possibilities are endless, Trustee Nelson.
Can I ramble on for another minute?
Oh, sure, go ahead. I didn't mean to move on. Go ahead.
I just was looking at my list and I was like, oh, this kind of ties into the distance learning. Chromebooks, and I can't remember how granular you can get by looking at the data that the children, what they're doing on their Chromebooks, but I remember seeing a chart of how much YouTube time there was and how much learning educational time there was. In the distance learning, as we're evaluating how that's working out, can the district grab that information to evaluate how much actual time is being spent actually learning using the Chromebooks while the kids are at home?
That's a great tech question. And I've seen some of the parent reports that we're able to do, and I imagine it would be possible, but Trustee Nelson, I'll need to get back to you on that.
Thank you.
I'll just weigh in really quickly as someone who does receive the parent reports due to my request, because I was not clear what my child was doing. I don't think it provides the level of detail that Trustee Nelson is looking for. So I think it's certainly worth looking for, but let's not assume that we're going to get the level of detail that we wanted. I know I wasn't able to.
All right. You know, since we're talking about distance learning, my assumption would be that regardless of which model or where time takes us with COVID, during distance learning, my assumption is the teachers would be in the classroom regardless of whether we're using model 3B or 100% distance learning, or frankly, even if parents choose to have their kids do distance learning, my assumption would be staff would be located on site.
Assistant Superintendent Glenzer, do you want to tackle that question?
That is certainly something that is, can be required. There may be some medical or through the interactive process with certain employees, something, a different avenue taken, but that is something that can be required.
So
Okay.
just to be clear, then it sounds like you have not that's not required yet in that model, or you just haven't gotten there in the logistics of it.
We haven't negotiated this with how this will roll out with our unions. We've got negotiation dates set up with both classified and certificated unions, pending the decision of the board to see how things will kind of unfold. But that is something that we can require people to report to work, even in remote learning or distance learning.
Because that would really be no change from their regular working conditions.
That's correct.
Okay. Trustee Nelson?
The other thought that I had, and it sounds like in some of the, it sounds like all space is going to be utilized the best we can to spread people out if we choose models 1, 2, or 3. One thought that I had for folks that have medical issues and they have to be socially distanced. So I'm wondering if we could do something like in the wrestling rooms, set up partitions, or turn one of those areas into a a work site that is socially distanced for those people that have those restrictions?
There, any medical note that's submitted by an employee is looked at individually, and certainly if that's something that can be accommodated through arrangement of a classroom or changing work into a private workspace, like there are countless ways of looking at that, really.
Okay.
Trustee Nelson, have you finished your questions?
I'm sure I'll find something else to
All right, I should
ponder, but thank you for now.
for now. Okay, Trustee Diaz?
In regards to the teacher having to be in the classroom, I wonder how much the teachers rely on materials that they may have in the classroom itself that they would be actually using, even though they are doing distance learning.
Katie, do you want to answer that?
Many of the materials would be in classrooms. I know during our, last school year, some teachers had to go into the classes to get materials that they needed. But they are able to, many of the materials are available online, and they are able to bring most of those materials home. I think the challenge is some of the technology like document cameras, those are hard to bring home and get set up correctly.
And we did have teachers who worked from their classrooms in the spring as well.
Mm-hmm. Anything else for now, Trustee Diaz?
No, that's basically, that was my question.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Trustee Van Sant?
I did just want to briefly echo Trustee Nelson and Trustee Diaz, the comment about having our school staff report to work if there's no students present. I mean, a school campus with no students present is a very wide open, one of the safest workplaces I can think of right now to actually show up. So I would really hope that that's something that we look at closely. I do know parents, I have a lot of feedback that I got around distance learning. Being able to get easily in touch with their teachers was difficult for them, or at least some of them claimed it was. So if the teacher's in their classroom, they can call the classroom phone even, it just seems like it's an easier way to it would be a much more logical way to do this work, really, to have people there and you know where they are.
Any other trustees have questions for now before we go to, yes, Trustee Barrett.
I just wanted to reiterate what Megan just said. For one, I think it would be really helpful to have those people on campus and for the regular day, as would be the teachers who would be teaching in a hybrid situation. I also was just working on a little brainstorming today about what we could have our SSCs or TOSAs doing. And of course they would, as Brian said, be working with their EL kids. But I thought also something they could be doing is checking in maybe an hour on a Thursday or Friday with the A group kids, posting that they would be there to check in if the kids needed any help, kids who were on remote at that time. So they could be helping the classroom teachers by checking in on those kids who would be working remotely for a couple days a week. And then on a budget question, I just wanted to add that I would really like to see the group of regular substitutes that we have in the district attend the training along with the teachers in classified, because then that way they would start out the year understanding some of the issues that we will have.
Great suggestion.
Good point. Good point. Okay. Anything for now, Trustee Arkin? Okay, great. All right, well then let's go to public comment. We have at this point, we have 35 public comments. So I just want to make sure that the board is still actively engaged and awake when after all of this, so that we can, we'll probably take a 5-minute stretch break after the public comment, or perhaps even in the middle of it. If each public comment person gets 3 minutes, that's an hour and 45 minutes of public comment. If we ask them to limit it to 2 minutes, then that would be 70 minutes, an hour, 10 minutes. And of course, sometimes, you know, everything you've said, everything you wanted to say has already been said. And so they might, some people might actually just say, my point has been made, and they might not, we might not end up with 35. So be thinking about that for a moment. I also wanted to let the public know, and anybody who wrote an email, that we have read every email we have received and listened to every voice message. And I know that I've, you know, we've probably all received a few dozen emails. I've gotten at least a dozen phone calls, plus whatever happens when you're like walking around the park and then not wearing a mask. So I need the person to be 6 feet away. And yeah, but I only don't wear a mask when I'm walking around the park. I didn't want anybody to think that I did not always have my mask with me. Okay. Justified. So what do people think? Can you hang in there for an hour and 45 minutes or 70 minutes, or what do you want to do?
Could we take a break before we start, possibly?
We could actually take a 5-minute break now, come back, and then start on our questions. Sure. Start on our public comments. Sure. Is that a request for a break?
Yes.
I would.
Okay.
Don't-
We're,
Should we answer your question first, Trustee?
well, I'm going to let you ponder over the break.
Oh, okay.
It's 7:44. We'll come back at 7:50, 7:50. And nobody's turning anything off. Don't turn anything off. So it's really easy to get back.
Just remember to mute your microphone during the break, please.
We are now taking a 5-minute break.
Thank you, Ian.
President Mulvard,
Yes.
sorry, I'm gonna get my video. I know you're not, have you quite called us to order yet or not yet?
No, we are pre-order.
Okay. Well, I'll ask anyway. I had another question. I also have some very long remarks. So would you prefer that I ask the question after the public comment or before the public comment? I want to separate them from my long remarks.
Well, traditionally, we take questions to staff about their presentation. Then we take public comment, and then we have a full discussion, because the theory is that we've heard the presentation, we've gotten our questions answered, we've got all the viewpoint of the public, and then we discuss. So I'd rather not hear your remarks now, because I think your remarks are going to change over the next hour and a half when we hear more. And so,
You want to hear my other question now, though?
Well, let me make sure we're back on the record with Ian. Ian, are we back on the record?
Yes, we are.
Thank you. I was going to say he could just yell because he's behind this wall, but he's trickier than that, and he comes online to say that we're back on. All right, so we are back on. We are going to take a question from Trustee Van Sant and any other questions about the presentation that anybody has. And then we will decide on the length of public comment, and we'll go to public comment. So Trustee Van Sant, take it from there.
Okay, thank you. I should have brought this up earlier, but I forgot. Superintendent Cuban, I was hoping that we could find some objective indicators that would help us decide how to move from one model to another. I understand that tonight we need to make a decision about opening, but once that decision's been made, I'm looking for, again, objective local indicators that would trigger, for lack of a better word, which direction we go if we have to go in another direction. So I'm just hopeful that that's something that we can work on. It feels very, very important to me, because although it might feel like the thing to do to make a decision based on your gut, everybody's got a different gut reaction on things, and I'm looking for something that can provide some consistency and stability and information to our families and our school community about when we might need to switch either to full remote learning, or if we choose the hybrid model, to a more robust in-person learning environment. I did notice today's news that the city of New York, maybe it was the state of New York, has stated that if their test positivity rate is less than 5%, they will do in-person learning. If it hits above 7%, or maybe it was 9%, they would switch to remote learning. And it just seemed like an indicator that was worth looking at. I think this is something that public health experts would clearly need to weigh in there. I would like to note that Mendocino County's test positivity rate right now is 0.6%. So it's quite low compared to the state's test positivity rate, which is like 7%. So I just bring that up because I do think we have an advantage in a rural community of not having the extensive outbreaks that other communities are having. And if we have the opportunity to capitalize on that for the benefit of our students, I'd like to see that happen. So I don't know if the test positivity rate is the right indicator or not, but I'm really hoping that that's something that the district can work on, so that, again, it's not has to be this how we feel about it, but more like what is the data showing us. And again, right, our test positivity rate in Mendocino County to me seems shockingly low. So I don't really know. Maybe it's not accurate in that sense as the best indicator, but it is something I'd like to point out.
I will be happy to work with public health on that, and also look to see are there any of those out there anywhere else. It looks like New York is moving toward one, which is great. So I'm happy to work on something and bring it back to the board.
The other
thank you.
That might be logical too is whether or not we're on the state's county monitoring list.
Right, or if we move, I know we're on phase 3 right now, but if we move back to phase 2, that might be an indicator to go to full remote learning. If we stay in phase 3, maybe it means we can be comfortable moving to 5 days. So there's different ways to look at it, but something that was meaningful but not too complicated would be what I would be hoping for.
Yes, and we really are relying on public health. Again, I did email the public health officer just this morning to just reaffirm that the recommended or the guidance that she's giving us is to open in a hybrid model. But it would be good to have some very objective criteria. So we'll work on that. Good idea.
And that might actually, since not many people are going on vacation anyway, they might not mind. The superintendent and I were discussing the need for probably having a meeting, maybe even 2 weeks from tonight, because we all know that whatever we decide tonight is a decision based on today's data. And we might want to revisit that very quickly. So we'll deal with that at the end of the meeting, but just a little foreshadowing there. Any other board member questions for the moment? Okay, then we're going to go to public comment. And again, thank you for your emails and your telephone calls and your stops at the grocery store. Because we've certainly heard from a lot of them. And I think the interesting thing for me has been that teachers seem to talk to each other. And so there's kind of groups of how teachers feel. But the interesting thing for me is to hear from the parents, because there's not really the same method for parents to get together and talk. So it's been quite illuminating. We are going to go in the order in which people submitted their names. Are we doing 3 minutes or 2 minutes each? Trustee Nelson?
I was just going to ask if you decided that. I would suggest we do 2 minutes each. And if there are comments that have already been said, it'd be wonderful if the callers could indicate that, yes, they agreed with such and such, so we can move through this meeting at a reasonable pace.
Okay. All right. Is there any objection to that? Okay, so we will ask speakers to one, limit their comments to 2 minutes, and to, if anybody's already made the same comment, to not repeat the exact same point, but just say, I concur with so-and-so about such and such. Okay, all right. So we're going to start with Erica Francis, and Misty Allenbaugh is on deck, and Zoe Louie is in the hole. And if you don't play baseball, you're learning something tonight. Erica Francis? She's kind of in a waiting room, and so then Ian is having to go through the process of letting her in from the waiting room.
Hello?
Hi, is this Erica?
This is, yes.
Hi, we are ready.
To be first.
We're ready for your public comment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. My name is Erica Francis, and I'm reading this letter on behalf of the concerned parents that are also staff members at Grace Hudson Language Academy. 52% of our certificated staff and 48% of classified staff have children. Some of us have infants and many of us have children at multiple school sites. As parents, we encourage the school board to carefully reconsider reopening in August. We are worried about our children getting sick. The science is still inconclusive on the long-term effects of this virus on children. Also, we don't know if asymptomatic children can spread the illness or how much the illness is spread among children. Since July 1st, there have been multiple news reports published about children contracting coronavirus in greater numbers. In our own county, about 20% of positive cases are children under the age of 18. With these new statistics that have arisen since the last board meeting, we can be sure that children are not immune to this virus. As parents, we do not want our children to run the risk of getting the virus and infecting other family members. We do not know how this virus will affect our children in the long run, but recent research has shown that COVID-19 affects the lungs, heart, liver, kidneys, brain, and blood systems. We want our children to have long, happy, and healthy lives. We know that distance learning is the only way to prevent the spread of the virus. Cases in Mendocino County are surging. Public health estimates that the numbers in this phase of the pandemic will peak in September. Now is not the time to return to school. Schools are different than many other essential services in that students and staff are together in enclosed spaces for hours at a time. Children need help tying their shoes, and they need help if they fall. There are countless instances where adults must come in close contact with a student for safety reasons and where students must come into close contact with each other. If we return to school, our staff and our children will be required to meet these situations without some of the protective measures that other frontline workers have. In the event that testing improves and the numbers in our county decline, the hybrid model for reopening schools seems to be the safest. Please remember that every COVID-related illness and death is preventable if we do what is right. Signed, Nydia Rodriguez, Erica Francis, Kimberly Sousa Farrell, Cesar Moreno, Brett Morton, Cecilia Mireles, Janet Morris, Teresita Lopez, Erica Nickerson, Maria Tepale, Tiffany Standridge, Melissa Galicia, Isaias Torres, Elvia Valencia, Alida Paniagua, Consuelo Macias, Adwa Krenzel, and Lorena Calvo Evans. Thank you.
So those are parents and staff,
Correct.
but not all those staff are parents.
The only one that I believe doesn't have children of her own is Tiffany, but she has a connection with, I believe, her boyfriend's children. So I believe that's why she signed.
I see.
Everybody else has children.
Oh,
Is that?
Okay, we're not gonna, okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Misty Ellenbaugh, followed by Zoe Louie and Ron Tisseling.
Misty Ellenbaugh is joining. It's just taking a little bit for her to move from the waiting room over here.
Okay, all right. Tell me if there's anything I should be doing to make this easier on you, Ian. Thank you.
That's fine. Thank you.
So the poor people who have just tuned in, they're wondering, what are these people doing? They're just sitting there.
President Mogart, I'm wondering if maybe it would make sense to enter 2 people at a time. So they're, or I don't know,
I don't know. I'm sure that Ian is
trying to figure it out.
yeah, I don't control it, but I bet Ian's trying to figure it out. But just for the public who happen to just tune in, we are moving people from the waiting room into the regular meeting so they can make their public comment.
Misty Ellenbaugh has just entered the room. She's getting her sound set up now, it looks like.
Okay, and then you can be working on Zoe if that's even possible.
I can.
Thank you.
Misty just needs to unmute herself and then she should be able to speak. Or I can unmute her real fast if you would like.
I bet she heard you said that, and I bet she's doing it. Misty, are you with us?
Who's she looking for? What happened?
We're waiting for Misty to join us. She's our next public comment speaker.
But did we have other speakers? I missed them all. I couldn't connect.
Oh my gosh, Trustee Arkin, we didn't realize that you weren't connected.
Well, thank you very much.
We've only had one speaker. You were frozen, so we just thought you were holding very still.
Hello.
So there was only one
Hello?
speaker. Just a
Well, you
moment.
can tell me about her later then. Thank you.
Okay, we can summarize it for you.
Yes,
It was
thank you.
Erica Francis, and she was speaking on behalf of parents and staff at Grace High Elementary. So Misty, are you with us now?
I am. I apologize. Technology gives me fits.
No. We're right there with you. We're all adjusting. Please go right ahead.
Okay, well, you addressed most of my questions, but I'm going to go ahead and read this as I wrote it. My name is Misty Allenbaugh. I have 2 children who attend UUSD schools, both of whom have special needs. I understand the need for special arrangements due to the catastrophic effects COVID-19 can wreak on our friends and families, and I know you are all faced with decisions none of us would choose to have to make. That being said, my eldest is 21 and is intellectually disabled. She attends UUSD's CTP program, which is the Community Transition Program.
Right.
This is her final year, and job training is critical at this juncture. If we do remote schooling again, will she be given another year to make up for this? As I said, this is critical. She truly needs the support of one-on-one job training. My youngest attends Pomalita and had been doing very well with her classes with the support of her amazing teachers and her newfound friends. She was not only gaining academically, but was also gaining socially. With remote learning, though, she did well with all of her assignments and scored well. Her retention of the subject matter really seems to have been lost without the support of her teachers to reinforce lessons learned and continued repetition of said lessons. Google assignments are fine, but if we must continue with remote learning, then students such as my child will need more than Google or Zoom meetings once a week. Please consider something such as Microsoft Teams for more access to teachers. I know you are all trying to do your very best for everyone, but please consider those who are already behind and help them to continue to have a chance to grow. As a parent, I would choose option 3B. You've addressed most of my questions, but I see no information on programs such as CTP. Could you please address this? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Misty. And we don't address it, as you probably know, in perfect timing. Now I just have to get it to be quiet. But we do have your number, and we will have somebody from either Katie Summer, our assistant superintendent, or the director of special needs get back to you.
That would be fabulous. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Zoe Louie is next with Ron Tisseling on deck.
I just let in Zoe Louie. Ron Tisseling is not currently in the waiting room.
Okay, then let's move on to Rachel Chavez, and we can accept Ron later if he does come back in. Zoe, are you with us?
She is currently muted.
Zoe, you can do *6 to unmute if you don't already know that.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Zoe?
Wonderful. Hello, yes, hello.
Great, we're ready and listening. Thank you.
Okay, I only have 2 minutes, so I'm afraid I have to speak fast. During the last board meeting, I was glad to hear the question asked whether there was a policy in place for, quote, when there is a positive test by either a child or a staff or a teacher. I appreciated this mostly for the choice of the word when. It's good to know that the board recognizes that by putting students and staff back in close, enclosed, prolonged quarters, it's going to be a matter of when with this virus, not if. I noticed that you're on Zoom right now in different locations. To paraphrase questions from the last board meeting, is that necessary or is that what's needed to make Newsom feel better? Wouldn't social distancing be sufficient? Would you feel more comfortable holding your in-person meeting for an hour with 3 seats feet of social distancing or 4 hours with 6 feet of social distancing? If only one of you were required to wear a mask, how safe would you feel on a scale of 1 to 5? Sorry, that last one's from one of the earlier surveys you sent out to teachers, which also brings up an interesting point. According to the profiles of the 7 board members on the district website, none of you are currently teaching. You will not be on the front lines of this, though I appreciate those of you who have advocated for us. You do, however, all have children in our schools, and you are going to vote to put them back in the classroom where, again, it's going to be a matter of when. I know how much you love your children and want to give them their lives back because you see them suffering from the lack of it. I see it too in my 3-year-old, whose only interaction with others these days is limited to waving at a stranger walking down the street who might not even acknowledge her. It kills me to see this happening to her, and I know she's dying inside from it too. But fortunately, those are only metaphors. She's not actually dying, and I'm not actually being killed, so far. But when you vote today on a plan which you say will only be fully remote in the most dire of circumstances, you will be asking teachers like me to choose between our lives and our livelihoods, our own children and everyone else's. You will be undoing all the good work you did back in March to preserve everyone's health. When you vote today with a vote that will supersede even that of the county public health officer, by the way, is she actually supportive of schools opening, or are you just reporting which of the in-school models she approved? Please vote with the understanding that lives are on the line, and I pray none of those lives end up on your consciences. Student lives, your children's lives, my child's life. And no matter how careful we are, it's still going to be a matter of when, and the acceptable number of exposed students and staff should be 0. Your first priority should not be to reestablish traditional schooling as much as possible, but to preserve as many lives as possible. We all love these kids, yours, mine, and ours. And of course, we want them to have the best, which would include giving them their old lives back, but just wanting it won't make it so. There's only one entity in the world right now that's calling the shots, and it's got the crown to prove it. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
There is no more time. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if current teachers even can serve on the board of directors. There might be a rule against that. I don't know, but I do just have to make the comment that a number of us are disaster service workers and have been working many, many hours throughout this entire pandemic. Fully gloved, fully masked, everything else that is needed to be as safe as we can be. But as disaster service workers, many of us have been called to work the entire time. Rachel Chavez, are you ready? And then Tiffany Dunlap would be me. Rachel?
Yes.
Hi, we hear you. Go right ahead.
Oh, hello. My name is Rachel Chavez. I graduated from UC Davis as a physician assistant, and prior to that, I was a cellular molecular biologist. I just wanted you to take a minute to imagine a classroom with 10 kids and 1 teacher. How many times a year does your child come in and feel sick or have a fever? If one child has a fever, then they're going to be tested and then isolated for maybe 7 to 11 days, depending on whether the results return. Each person in the classroom, the instructor, the support staff, they all need to isolate and be tested as well. While we're waiting for the results, who will be called in to take the places? This may not be a negative result. Just one incident, and we don't even know if it's positive or not, can send more than 25 people into isolation for more than 14 days. Now, if the staff in the school is positive, what happens to the curriculum? Who's called in to teach the classes? Who gets exposed next? Who cleans the facilities, the ventilation? Will the other children that meet in smaller groups on different days need to be tested as well? This morning when I called Ukiah Valley Medical Center, they told me they had 8 ICU beds with 3 ventilators. So just with that one small group of 10 students, the teacher and the minor staff, we could already take those beds up. But wait, we have to think a little further. We have a small town, but we have to think of the other schools. What happens when they're positive? We have a small school and a small healthcare system. It's very easy for it to get overwhelmed. This is not to mention all the other things that happen naturally in our community with flu season and other viruses that go around at this time of the year. How will the school district handle lawsuits from parents and teachers when their loved ones are on ventilators or perhaps die? I hope there will be at least face shields combined with masks to go along with the daily cleanings that are proposed with the safe schooling guidelines. Because we also know that the people really presenting some of the biggest barriers are the asymptomatic individuals that are going to come feeling fine. They're going to come into the classes. There's no warning symptoms. There's nothing for people to look for. So this brings me to my last question is, why are we trying to keep the schools open during the threatening of funding loss from the federal or state governments? If we're virtual, how can we maintain our funding? If we are virtual, at least we can guarantee a more consistent education online at this time, so people aren't getting quarantined off and on and taking chunks of school time out. The lives of teachers and students are important to our community. We need to honor and value each one. Kids do need school, but at this time, with the escalation of cases in the flu season with COVID for the first time, we do not want to overwhelm our small healthcare system here and end up with no schooling, no students, and no teachers. Today, the largest 2 school districts in California announced they'll be doing online only. We should follow suit to prevent a larger catastrophe from our smaller community. Thank you.
Thank you. Tiffany Dunlap is next with Dory Kramer following.
Google assignments, but if we must continue with remote learning, then students such as my child will need more than Google or Zoom meetings once a week. Please consider something such as Microsoft Teams for more access to teachers. I know you are all trying to do your very best for everyone, but please consider those who are already behind and help them to continue to have a chance to grow. As a parent, I would choose option 3B. You've addressed most of my questions, but I
Tiffany?
Yes.
We can hear the stuff from the previous meeting, so you're on deck to speak.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
No, Tiffany is actually up right now. So Tiffany, go ahead and make your new comment.
Oh, right now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry I had prepared 3 minutes, but I'll do my best. I'm Tiffany Dunlap. I'm a first grade teacher at Nokomis Elementary. For those people that are not regularly in a classroom or haven't been in the classroom in the past 10 years, it would be hard to know how things have changed. Imagine experiencing the different models being proposed and ride on the bus, go into a classroom, line up, eat lunch, wear face masks all day with children, try to get students to do social distance learning. Many young ones are very hands-on and will not stay separate. Just one day experiencing these models would reveal the daunting risks and challenges and safety concerns we will be facing with our students, parents, and coworkers. Germs are ever present in school and very prevalent in the early grades. In my experience with students wearing face masks, the students were taking off the mask, playing with it, twirling it, and lost it within an hour. This will definitely be a safety concern. We have shared desks, the story rugs, school supplies, books, toys, computers. We have shared playground equipment, recesses, meals, water fountains, and bathrooms. We've shared students between our classrooms and for reading, writing, and RTI groups. But how can we do that now and do these things safely? The California Department of Public Health recommends 6 feet of social distancing. So opening school traditionally or hybridly does not seem safe. Social distance learning will be quite an adjustment because proximity is a classroom management tool. And bending over to help a student at their desk or in a small group will not be safe, and it will be hard to do from 6 feet away. Sanitizing and disinfecting is important. First graders put pencils and things in their mouths and forget to wash their hands. Our site has had challenges with janitor staffing, and we've had unhealthy classroom environments. We need to, when we do reopen in person, we need to schedule time every day to disinfect our classrooms with non-toxic cleaners. We need strict health screening protocols to keep us safe, and we can't leave that up to the parents. We need transparency. We are navigating different options for health and safety for our community week to week. As a parent, grandparent, and veteran teacher, it is unsettling to embark on this journey, hoping not to be part of an experiment where if we don't get the health and safety protocols right, my life and the lives of others will be at risk. Due to the rise in the COVID cases, we beg of you to reopen the schools with a well-planned distance learning model. We believe this to be the safest option at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Dory Kramer with Marissa Sizemore on deck.
Thank you.
Dory Kramer. Great, go ahead, thank you.
Hello, this is Dory Kramer. Can you hear me?
Yes, Dory, go ahead, thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to share with you that teachers are scared, and some are scared to even speak up at a meeting like this. I'd like to just say that there's nobody who thinks that distance learning is best for kids. No one thinks it's a fabulous idea, but at this moment, it's necessary. And I'd like to read a couple of excerpts from a letter from the California Teachers Association from July 8th that was sent to Governor Newsom. We believe that precautionary principles should guide us. This means taking the most preventive action in the face of uncertainty to protect students, educators, and our communities. Simply said, California cannot reopen schools until they're safe to do so. Following, we should be clear-eyed about this reality. How can we physically reopen schools with a lower threshold of safety than we currently have for restaurants or hair salons? And this refers to the challenges of successfully doing physical distancing, as the previous speaker mentioned. The letter continues, we have two options. One, a high-risk in-person opening, even under a hybrid model, or two, start the new year under robust distance learning. I'd just like to say that if you're looking for up-to-date or measurable means with which to gauge how prepared we are, it might be helpful to tune in to KZYX on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 3 p.m. when Dr. Drew Colfax does an update about our most local COVID-19 situation. Of course, you can listen to other news articles and read other news sources and find out about the Arizona teacher who died recently, of sharing a classroom with colleagues who also tested positive. And maybe you heard about the 85 campers at a YMCA campers and staff that tested positive. Basically, you know what the risks are, and I really feel like it would be irresponsible to open in full at this moment, and that the hybrid is also high risk. But at least we can address certain issues like hand washing stations. I have a stable work bubble of about 400, including staff and children combined. And I'm in every classroom. I've been called upon to sub many, many times, which I've always done with pleasure. But I'm wondering what the plan is for substitutes. I know that the administration has put out several surveys, which we appreciate greatly. I wonder if a survey has gone out to substitutes to see how many of our substitutes are willing to work in person in this circumstance. So I would just like to say I appreciate the strain that we're all under and the decisions that will be made. We must remain flexible because we're dealing with something that's extremely dynamic, changing from moment to moment and day to day. And school staff, I believe it's fair for me to say, is scared, terrified. Thank you for listening. I appreciate your time.
I just got to say, nobody would have a stable work bubble of 400. That's not how anything that's been presented would work. But I hear you, and I just, just about being scared to speak up. If you'd like to call my cell phone and anonymously tell me why, I would love to hear it. You have union protections. I don't understand why anybody's scared to speak up, especially when we have received so many calls and we've received so many letters that, well, at least some people aren't afraid to speak up, but it breaks my heart that anybody is afraid to speak up. So next we have Marissa Sizemore with Terry DeSelke on deck. Marissa?
Good evening. Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Hello. Good evening, Superintendent Kubin, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to comment, and thank you for all you're doing in these unbelievably challenging times. As many of you know, I am a parent of an incoming kindergartner. My husband works in special ed at the high school, and I am a SELPA program specialist, and I feel very honored to be supporting special ed for several schools in Ukiah Unified this year, in the upcoming year, as well as several other districts county-wide. I am extremely concerned about the very real threat of COVID-19. I am concerned about my daughter and the potential for long-term risks if she gets sick. I'm concerned about my husband's potential for exposure should he return to in-person school with students with moderate to severe disabilities. I'm concerned about his need for PPE, given the students he works with who may not be able to tolerate wearing a mask, may not understand the need for good hygiene, or be able to comply with rules regarding physical distancing without direct instruction up close and personal. I'm concerned for myself as an itinerant. How will I be able to support the schools and districts I'm assigned to without becoming myself a vector of disease? I will likely need to continue to work remotely as I have been doing since mid-March, but I'm also concerned about the itinerant staff such as speech language pathologists who have students in many classrooms at multiple schools. In addition to these more personal concerns, I am concerned about our county and our community. We recently had our highest number of reported cases yet, with 19 reported just yesterday, an additional 4 today, and I just saw 20 minutes ago, an additional 10 cases were announced this evening for a total of 14 cases today. This is evidence our community is not heeding public health orders and our numbers are going in the wrong direction. We currently have surveillance testing through OptumServe, which I'm very grateful for, but it is only guaranteed through August 30th, to my knowledge. The County Board of Supervisors has expressed concerns about their ability to fund continued surveillance testing once that resource is no longer available from the state. In addition, OptumServe is only available for children aged 12 and up. Test positivity rate was brought up by Trustee Van Zandt earlier as an indicator, but if we aren't testing, we won't have an accurate test positivity rate. We don't know whether kids are asymptomatic carriers or not if we can't do surveillance testing. If schools open, how will we know if we're doing well or dealing with outbreaks at school if we don't have surveillance testing? We won't know until people start getting sick and possibly dying. We have statewide testing lags, with tests taking 7 to 10 days to come back with results. How can we effectively deal with outbreaks at school if we don't have current and accurate data? We have statewide PPE shortages still, and I'm concerned about the availability and the ability of the school district to procure enough PPE to protect all staff who work in close contact with students in special ed and other situations where staff may be at higher risk. If kids aren't wearing their masks, how teachers and staff will need to be provided with medical grade masks, and what will be the method of enforcement if students do not wear masks. I will skip to my last point, which is given the increasing numbers, our governor announcing today that California is closing indoor activities at many businesses, many school districts in California announcing today that they will begin the school year remotely, and the testing situation in our community, I believe opening school campuses to students, even in a hybrid model, is not the right choice for our community right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Terry DeSelke, followed by Edie Morris.
Good evening, Ukiah Unified School Board members and Superintendent Cuban. UTA eBoard writes and speaks on behalf of over 330 UTA members and the over 5,000 students we serve and teach regarding the pending school reopening models. We appreciate your leadership and efforts in meeting this extraordinary challenge. Since schools closed in March, note, with no confirmed cases of COVID-19, we have said that the health and safety of our students and educators must always be our top priority and guiding principle during this crisis. The recent surge in infection rate in Mendocino County gives us pause around the district's preparedness for safe in-person school instruction in a short 6 to 8 week time frame. There were just 14 more cases identified today without schools being open. In this current situation, we believe that the precautionary principle should guide us, as another person said. This means taking the most preventative action in the face of uncertainty to protect students, educators, and our communities. We would like to state what should be a very non-controversial position on returning to school during a global pandemic. We support a virtual return rather than a physical return to our school buildings in August. We simply cannot reopen schools until it is safe to do so. It has come to the public's attention that internal CDC documents warned that fully reopening K-12 schools and universities would be the highest risk for the spread of the coronavirus. At the present time, it is unequivocally unsafe for us to conduct in-person learning. Research is certain that this illness is airborne and highly contagious, especially indoors. It's unsafe for people to be gathered indoors in large groups at any location. We feel it is particularly unsafe to do so in Ukiah school facilities, where in many schools we have poor air quality systems that continually need upgrading or repairs. One of the issues to raise money for our school bond initiative was to fix our HVAC systems. Scientists have now found that silent spreaders are responsible for spreading at least 1/2 of all infections. Most of the silent spreaders are
please.
These students are just now these studies are now just being conducted and reported. We know that UUSD has worked diligently to purchase a plethora of personal protective equipment. It's not enough. Our positive COVID cases in Mendocino County are on the rise. We recently experienced a local upsurge in local numbers. As educators, we too want to be back with our students during the work that we love, but we cannot ignore science, facts, and safety, and neither can you.
Terry. Thank you, Terry.
There are
We
two
did also
options.
receive your letter.
I'm
as
sorry,
well.
I'm speaking for 170 members right now. Can you please just give me a moment? Thank you very much. A high risk in person.
Terry, we did receive your letter too. It wasn't that I was cutting you off. We received your letter. We all read it carefully.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I sent that to Deb. I was planning on reading this letter at the board meeting. My members are listening in tonight to hear me read this letter. If you would like to cut me off because you've already made a decision, then I guess that's what you're going to do. Thank you very much. We do not want to come back to in-person learning.
I haven't made a decision yet. The next speaker then will be Edie Morris with Melinda Higginbotham following up.
I'm sorry, are we letting in Edie Morris now?
Yes.
My
With
apologies.
Melinda Higginbotham following up.
Okay, give me 2 seconds. Okay,
I'm here.
Edie Morris
Okay.
is in.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. All right.
Okay, give me 2 seconds.
Okay, I'm here. You want to hear me?
Okay,
Edie Morris is this
I'm
Edie?
here. This is Edie Morris.
Yes, speak up and we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, I would I would like to sing a song. Get my note. I'm here. This is Edie Morris. Got an echo.
Okay, you know what?
Okay.
You might want to turn off your radio if you have it on for your live stream.
Okay, I'll do that.
Thank you.
Got it.
And we're asking
Okay,
the person
here
to
we
go
go.
for 2 minutes.
I'll do it fast. Today, while our schools barely cling to the vine and students are home almost all of the time, billions of dollars could be taken away. But let's not forget COVID's risk to our kids today. You won't fix the problem by opening classrooms and ignoring the dangers of quick safety cuts. Paid classes aren't the answer for everyone's children. You don't want to count on your luck. Today, while our schools barely cling to the vine and students are home almost all of the time, billions of dollars could be taken away. But let's not forget COVID's risk to our kids today. We won't be protected in large classroom settings with promises the virus is not a big thing. Today it is lurking around every corner and will be a real threat till next spring. Today, while our schools barely cling to the vine and students are home almost all of the time, billions of dollars could be taken away. But let's not forget COVID's risks to our kids today. They can't stop pandemics by denying the science or governments and presidents saying it isn't real. You could kill your own grandma if you are infected. Just think of how bad you would feel. Today, while our schools barely cling to the vine and students are home almost all of the time, billions of dollars could be taken away. But let's not forget COVID's risks to our kids today. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Melinda Higginbotham, followed by Jennifer Sukney.
Melinda Higginbotham is now in the meeting.
Thank you. Melinda, go ahead. We're listening.
Okay, I'm going to do a wrap.
Oh, this is
I'm
just
kidding.
really
I'm
getting
just
better
kidding.
all the time. We're all ears.
I'm just kidding.
Oh,
Good evening, school board members and Superintendent Cuban. The letter I'm reading represents the concerns of 28 members of the Oak Manor staff. In light of the constantly changing information regarding this global pandemic, we would like to share with you some new information for your consideration. Several districts in California have already made the decision to start the school year with distance learning. We agree that this is the best course. The superintendent of West Contra Costa County has stated that with the rising number of COVID-19 cases in California since the easing of restrictions, it is clear that asymptomatic transmission in close quarters is a key concern. In all good conscience, the safety of students and staff must be our top priority. We want to be back in the classroom with the children, but it must be done safely. We know parents need to go back to work, but we are unable to confidently say their children will be protected in our classrooms. If we return to the classroom, practicing social distancing and wearing masks will not be enough. We will not be able to offer hugs, nor will the children be able to see our smiles or interact with their friends. Would this scenario really be good for the children's mental health? With the growing number of cases of COVID-19 in Mendocino County in mind, we believe that we should approach the reopening of school with a growth mindset by embracing the modern advantages that distance learning can provide. Last spring, we had to implement remote learning immediately without a comprehensive plan set in place. If we put our energy into starting with remote learning rather than switching back and forth between models, we would be far more prepared and able to provide the best possible education regardless of circumstances. We could use these weeks before school to establish more guidelines and expectations. Distance learning can be engaging, educational, robust, collaborative, and equitable. We believe distance learning will be the safest for students, families, teachers, and our whole community at this point in time. If the current surge changes for the better, we could always return to school on site, and that would be a relief to us all. It is in everyone's best interest not to compound the surge in cases by gathering in classrooms and school sites at this time. Please also consider how this pandemic will coincide with the flu season. We hope you will make the decision to protect the health of our dedicated school employees and especially our precious children and their families. We feel that the distance learning model is our best option. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Melinda. Jennifer Suckney, followed by Randy Collar.
Jennifer Suckney is not currently in the waiting room. I can get Randy Collar in.
Okay, great. And then just come back. If she does come in later, that's fine. She didn't miss her turn.
Randy Collar is in the meeting.
Hi, Randy. Randy, we're ready.
*6 to unmute, Randy.
There you go. Randy, we can hear you.
Keep unmuting her and then she mutes herself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Perfect.
Okay, great. Sorry, I'm so sorry. So thank you for taking my public comment. Just for the record, I'm a Ukiah Unified Middle School teacher. My colleagues have adequately addressed health concerns, so I want to address with my public comment some logistical concerns. Okay. So I understand the board will vote on an in-person hybrid model tonight as recommended by the district. Before committing to a decision, I challenge the board to seriously question if Ukiah Unified has the capacity to carry out a hybrid model. Do we have the resources, funding, and most importantly, staffing to ensure the safest possible environment? Can we mitigate spread, contain and respond to outbreaks, and deliver a high quality education at the same time? As a teacher with the district, I witnessed the realities of an education system that is severely underfunded and overextended every day. We do not have enough bus drivers, custodians, substitutes, paras, support staff, or teachers as is. The way this plays out in reality is that we have become accustomed to doing without. We have become reliant on teachers and staff, putting in hundreds of hours of unpaid labor to meet an ever increasing demand. We become so used to teachers making sacrifices that we give constant praise, but turn a blind eye into the realities of why they have to sacrifice in the first place. A hybrid model, in addition to the guaranteed online only option, will no doubt require more resources and put further strain on our educators. The district's reopening plan does not give adequate explanation for how school sites will manage the increased demands, especially in regards to staffing. This is a legitimate concern because the decision you make tonight could be committing us to an unmanageable plan that will force us to compromise our safety and the quality of our instruction. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam Lane is next with Kimberly Valley following.
Adam Lane is now in the meeting.
Thank you.
Hello?
Adam, we can hear you. Go right ahead.
Yeah. What's that?
We can hear you.
Oh,
Go
I'm
right
next.
ahead.
Hello?
Yes, Adam, go ahead. We're here. We're here. We're listening.
Okay, thanks. A lot of people have addressed the health concerns, so I'm going to address the reality of remote learning in the future. It seems like there are some known constants in this sort of discussion about COVID-19. One of them is that remote learning is a part of the 2020 to 2021 school year. It seems like a regular schedule is a pipe dream at this point during a pandemic, during a time when cases and hospitalizations and deaths are all increasing. We had 20% of our county's positive cases just in the last 3 days. A hybrid schedule is being recommended, which already includes remote learning as a portion of that work. And there's plans out there for the inevitability of remote learning, whether it's classrooms or schools breaking down for 72 hours, 2 weeks, or for the foreseeable future like last time. So I'm of the opinion that a lot or all of our training going back should focus on how to better do that remote learning periods. When this all happened in March, we were given half of a weekend's notice that we were going online. We weren't sure how long it would last, reevaluating every 3 to 4 weeks. So how every teacher coped with that time varied greatly. And the learning suffered and remote learning got a bad rap. We're no longer going into this blind. We know what's coming. We know this has a high likelihood of happening, and we need to be better prepared so remote learning time does not get such a negative criticism this time. There are plans out there that I've heard that people are working on it, but that has not been disseminated out to the masses. A lot of people are still on vacation, but I'm not sure that one professional development day is enough to make us all that much better at remote learning. It almost should be the entire week before school starts as the focus. Again, best of luck with every choice you guys have to make. I don't envy your position. You're all awesome. Good luck.
Thank you, sir. Kimberly Valley is up and Martin McClure on deck.
Kimberly Valley is unmuted and in the meeting.
Good evening. My name is Kimberly Valet, and thank you for hearing my remarks tonight. I know we are all trying to make the best of a really bad situation, and if the community wants only a distance learning plan, I fully support that. But if you do opt for a hybrid model this evening, I would like to propose using the Hopland School to allow students in Hopland to attend hybrid classes or receive services. If the school can be reopened even temporarily, this would really increase the district's total available facility space and create more opportunities to meet the current public health guidance calling for a 6-foot distance between pupils. Also, using the Hopland School would reduce class sizes at schools in Ukiah. And the increased square footage allows for safer in-person instruction for those who do want it and who do need it the most, particularly students in maybe K through 6 experiencing clinical depression and trauma from not being allowed to see their friends, which is a very real thing. The Hopland School could also provide the following 3 benefits under COVID conditions. Number 1, students would not have to travel in close proximity on buses for up to 45 minutes where there is an increased chance to become infected. Number 2, the school could be used as a digital hub to provide reliable internet access in an area where digital poverty is common and internet connections are often unreliable and inconsistent. And 3, the school could be a distribution point for food or other services during COVID closures, which may be ongoing or recurring for a long time. And while restoring the school to a usable state would take time and funding, please know the community has expressed its willingness to support the restoration with in-kind time and labor to allow classrooms to open as soon as possible. So we urge you to discuss this further with the community group, and thank you for your consideration.
Well, thank you for your creative thinking, Kimberly. Next is Martin McClure with Nathan Dorn on deck.
Mr. McClure is in the meeting and muted or unmuted.
Hi, good evening. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you.
Okay, good.
Thank you for being trustees. I can't believe you sit through these meetings on a regular basis. Seems like a real slog. But this is really an unusually important meeting. I want to speak about testing. Testing is essential. We need to test asymptomatic individuals regularly. We're going to be depending on OptumServe, unless, of course, we can go make Trustee Van Zant's idea happen, which would solve a lot of these issues. Current appointment times are 8 days out with a 4 to 6 day wait. And I'm trying to shorten all my points here. OptumServe could be pulled at any moment by the state. That's not a guarantee for us. And the public health website says that our insurance will be billed. Nobody has said that they've been billed. I don't know if we will be billed, but that could start costing us money each time we go get tested. And I don't know if our insurance is going to cover that. So just a few things to think about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nathan Dorn is not currently in the waiting room. However, Catherine McKay is, and she appears to be next.
Okay, great. We'll have Catherine McKay followed by Conan McKay.
Okay, Catherine McKay is in the meeting now.
Catherine.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Superintendent Cuban, trustees, and union representatives, thank you for your time. I'm Catherine McKay, parent of an incoming Ukiah High freshman. Thank you for taking my public comment. My concern about hybrid or even an exclusively remote learning platform is the inconsistency of instruction and the lack of faculty to student contact. Many parents can share many anecdotal experiences from March through June of this year. Some experiences were positive, some were negative, some were not worthy of mention, and sadly enough, some experiences did not exist at all. I personally have taught distance education at the adult level for over 10 years. It takes extensive training and practice to present quality and engaging instruction. In my initial distance learning training, I spent over 40 hours in becoming compliant. Please allow that to sink in a moment. 40 hours, not a single day. If remote learning, either exclusively remote or in the hybrid model, is the path that Ukiah Unified will be undertaking, please consider providing faculty and instructional staff, support staff more than 1 day of training to improve the instruction into a robust and interactive remote environment. Consistency of usage of online platforms with a required daily interaction with students is just the bare minimum. We cannot allow children to go unaccounted for and non-interacted with from faculty. I understand this may be outside of the UTA and CSEA, CBAs, but I earnestly believe that the majority of Ukiah Unified faculty and staff have the best interest of their students at heart and would welcome the opportunity, with fiscal incentives included, to engage in trainings so that their students receive the best remote learning environment possible. A hybrid model of instruction is creating double of the teacher preparation time necessary for full instruction. What considerations have been given to the faculty as a result of that increased teacher preparation?
Okay, Catherine,
I would
can
also
you wrap up, please?
Yes, I'm almost done, Ann.
Thank
I would
you.
also ask that you consider delaying the start of the academic school year to support the needed faculty and instructional support training. Planning ahead rather than reacting is the optimal opportunity for our students to receive the safest and best instruction in the worst of situations. With all due respect to the work groups, and I participated in the DAC, I feel this is still a reactionary response in returning to instruction in anything but a remote learning platform. Thank you.
Thank you. Conan McKay, followed by Wendy Morelli.
Conan McKay is now in the meeting.
Conan? Conan?
Can you hear me?
There you go. Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me get my good evening, board members, union representatives, and Superintendent Kubin. My name is Conan McKay. I'm a parent to a freshman at Ukiah High School. Thank you for taking my comments. I want to voice my concern about the possibility of returning to a face-to-face model of instruction. Mendocino County is experiencing more and more positive COVID-19 test results. According to the Mendocino County Public Health Dashboard, Mendocino County is experiencing community spread and has experienced its first assisted living care outbreak. And there are 14 more positive cases identified today. I believe this trend will continue, if not get worse, for our students to return back to school. I understand the desire for our students to return to school for their academic well-being, social, emotional well-being, and for their physical health. My child burst into tears at the thought of not being able to return to school in August. However, I believe that returning back to school in a face-to-face setting would further endanger our students' physical health due to the community spread. I would also like to encourage you, the Ukiah Unified Board of Trustees, to provide their teachers with robust online learning techniques to reduce the learning inequities that can and do occur with remote learning. This requires more than one day of professional development. The social emotional development of all of Ukiah Unified students has been greatly impacted. As with the robust training for academic engagement remotely, our teachers could also be trained in how to increase the social interactions remotely. I am urging the Ukiah Unified School District Board of Trustees to begin the 2021 school year with remote learning and reevaluating returning back to school in a face-to-face model on October 1st. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Wendy Morelli is next, followed by Jessica Munlux.
Wendy Morelli is currently not in the waiting room. However, Jessica Munlux is.
Okay, we'll go with Jessica Munlux and then Meredith DeLucia after that.
Jessica Munlux is in the meeting and unmuted.
Hello, hi. So I'm Jessica Munlux and I'm the phys ed teacher at Oak Manor Elementary School. And I am concerned because not once in all of the hours of discussion that's been had has phys ed been brought up. Students have now been cooped up in their houses for months now. We can keep them moving by strategically designed physical education that's being provided by credentialed phys ed teachers. 40% of our standards that we're required to teach are in the social and emotional realm of education. Even with the change in ed code that happened with the executive order that waived the minimum number of minutes required for instruction, physical education is still required grades 1 through 12. It has to be there and it needs to be a part of the student's day on a daily basis. Please keep this in mind with whatever form you choose to go to, whether it be virtual or some hybrid model, because it really does make a difference in not just the school-wide wellness, but also in the student's daily health. We are the ones that can make them into the full, whole child that they need to become. Thank you.
Thank you. Meredith DeLucia, followed by Tracy Schultz. And I may have butchered her last name.
Meredith DeLucia is currently in the meeting and unmuted.
Okay, Meredith?
Awesome, thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to comment today. For the sake of context, it helps to know that I'm a teacher. To get right to the point, I hope that as you make your decision, that you remember this phrase, where schools go, society follows. Your decision will not just impact your children or grandchildren, but also the teachers, staff members, their families, and other employers and businesses in this community. I am pleading with you as a body with decision-making power to make the right choice for our community, a decision that is grounded in science and benefits the greater public health. Ultimately, I am asking you to help the community make the right decision. We must not go back to school in person until the public health officer declares that it is safe for the rest of our community to fully reopen. By choosing to begin the year with distance learning, we are sending the message to the broader community that we value the health and lives of our citizens. We are saying that we are choosing what is right over what is easy. I can imagine that you are worried about being judged by the community for making the wrong decision. Please use that fear to err on the side of caution. If you will not, please be prepared to weather the consequences. Because if a child gets COVID at school, that family member will be looking to the teacher, then to the principal, and finally to the district to ask what happened. I am certain no one at the district level wants to receive that phone call. But of course, you are used to receiving critical feedback from the community. So I'll ask you to just consider the difficulty of writing a press release about a district employee who contracted COVID at work and who died. Perhaps that is too extreme. Then let us consider that unless we open schools at the right time, for example, when the public health officer deems it safe enough to hold gatherings of more than 15 people indoors, that we will be forced to open and close our schools, open and close them, thusly disappointing students, frustrating parents, riling employers, and generally continuing to put our community members in a bind because they cannot predict what will happen next. For those parents who are listening, please know that I want nothing more than to have a normal school year, but we are in the middle of, not the end of, a pandemic. Distance learning is no replacement for going back in person, but it is safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Tracy Schultz, followed by Giannina Farah.
Schultz is now in the meeting and unmuted.
Tracy, we can't hear you very well.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Perfect, yeah.
I would like to start by saying that I am a teacher at Cowpella Elementary, and I have this conversation with my students every year. Teaching you is not my one most important part of my job. If you do not learn something today, I can always teach you tomorrow. The number one most important part of my job is keeping you safe. Your parents and families trust me to keep you safe all day while you're here at school. It is the number one most important thing that I do. I support a modified distance learning format. I cannot support having 2 students per seat on a bus gathered in a classroom with no masks during lunch and snack, with poor ventilation and a risk to students and staff. Considering all 3 models, looking at going in and out of each of them all year long, this does not allow teachers an opportunity to reflect and refine their instruction. It constantly loses instruction time as we scramble to find our footing once again. One model that I find especially interesting is being offered by San Jose School District. They are offering a modified remote learning program where 90% of their students will be on campus with, on remote with 10% of their students on campus. The on-campus students would be there at risk, homeless, foster, special ed, and students who have been identified as well below grade level. If our district were to add Wi-Fi access and severe financial hardship, I believe that these allowances would address many of the problems that our district has faced with distance learning. I have every confidence that with support and clear guidance and training, our pool of talented teachers could learn to distance teach effectively, meeting the needs of our students while safeguarding the safety of teachers, staff, and community. Distance learning can work. I myself taught my 2nd grade class for 3 hours a day, 5 days a week, from my home office. Students sign in with me at 9 a.m. every morning for differentiated reading instruction, followed by parent-monitored recess.
Then they proceeded to all other academics. My class was dismissed at noon each day with optional homework and 20 minutes of nightly reading. My entire class made progress in both reading and math, according to our STAR scores.
Tracy, can you finish up, please?
I did see a need for some students to remain on campus. This idea addresses some of the serious flaws in remote learning, such as access to the internet while maintaining social distance and reducing health risks. I would add as a side note, I heard a number of people mention the 8 ICU beds in our hospital. I haven't heard anyone notice or mention that there are 0 PICU or pediatric ICU beds available in our entire community. 0. We rely on all those services from outlying areas. Please consider distance learning. Thank you.
Thank you. Giannina Farah, followed by Teal Gordon.
Giannina Farrow is not currently in the waiting room. However, Teal Gordon is.
Okay, great. Followed by David Witter.
David Witter is not currently in the waiting room, and neither is Ruth Van Antwerp.
Followed by Ben O'Neill.
Teal Gordon is now in the meeting and unmuted. David Witter is not currently in the waiting room, neither is Ruth Van Antwerp.
Teal, can you make sure to turn off the volume of your...
Yes, can you all hear me?
Perfect.
Okay, hi. Thank you, Superintendent Cuban and the board for hearing my comments and for your commitment to our community and children. My name is Teal Gordon and I teach math at Ukiah High School. My heart is heavy, but I have to advocate for starting the school year fully online. I'd like to read something that one of my students sent yesterday about school reopening. I have removed a few things for clarity, but the words are hers. Next school year, I know we need to go back, but I'm also aware that it's too risky. The government is going to start opening everything again and another wave of the virus will hit, just like with the Spanish flu. Students are misinformed about a lot of the stuff going on and what the deal with school next year will be. How do teachers expect us to distance when the rooms are so small and hang out with my best friends because I don't know all the people they've interacted with? I'm running out of ways to politely decline their offers and make up simple excuses. If I don't even want to hang out with my best friends, why would I want to go to school with all of these random people? It doesn't make sense to me why people want to open everything so soon. We can't keep repeating historical mistakes from a century ago. Her words speak for themselves, and I'd like to add the following. We don't have enough testing. Our contract with OptumServe ends August 30th, and there's no guarantee that the state will renew it. At least at the high school, we have almost 2,000 people, including students, teachers, and staff. We truly would need our own testing site regardless. We don't have fast test results. It's taking at least 7 days right now to get tests back. We don't have enough contact tracers, and contact tracing isn't super helpful if test results aren't timely. Teachers can be more effective focusing on distance learning rather than trying to juggle both pieces. Many of the benefits of being in person, group work, personalized one-on-one help, and others are all out of the questions with physically distanced classrooms. Many of us get sick several times a year. Do we have to wait 8 days for our COVID results every time we get a cold? I'm grateful that the district sent out guidance on leave. That was helpful, but there are more questions. Parents will send sick kids to school. The subpool is primarily retired teachers, and we know close to nothing about this disease in children. The country has had time to make sure testing and contact tracing are robust and in place. That's the frustrating part of this. We've had 6 months to get prepared and we squandered it. This responsibility does not sit at the feet of the school board or our local governance. We are doing the best we can in a broken system, but we have to deal with the reality of the current situation. If we had no community spread, ample testing and tracing, I would be comfortable taking a much smaller and calculated risk to go back, but we aren't anywhere close to that. Thank you for your time. Yep. Thank you for your time and consideration and the opportunity to serve as a teacher. Teaching means more to me than almost anything else in my life, and I look forward to meeting my new students next month, regardless of the situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ben O'Neill, followed by Aaron Lefevre.
Ben O'Neill is in the meeting and unmuted.
Ben O'Neill, followed by Aaron Lefevre.
Yes, can you hear me?
I feel like I'm on Kelsey by accident. I keep turning the radio off. Yes, Ben.
Can you hear me?
But you need to turn your computer off or your volume off.
Got it.
Okay.
Got it. Volume's off. Okay, good evening. My name's Ben O'Neill, and I teach at Ukiah High School. I also represent the Ukiah Teachers Association. In addition to my career in teaching, I've spent the last 18 years working in fire and emergency medical services. Everything we do in fire and EMS is based off risk versus gain. Is the risk we are taking worth the gain we will make? If we have an objective, we are going to analyze it 150% to make sure safety is our #1 priority. Even if it takes more time, effort, and training, we'll choose the safest route every time. Occasionally, we have to abandon the mission completely, as it will most certainly cause firefighter fatalities. The definition of an emergency is a serious, unexpected, and often dangerous situation requiring immediate action. By definition, COVID is not a full emergency because we know about it. We've been preparing for it in the sense that we know about it. We have choices we can make and can absolutely be safe. We reacted in spring to in a statewide lockdown and saved lives by entering remote learning. A lot of people right now at my site are wondering why the agenda and strategy have changed. It seems to be a no-brainer. In fact, if you go off data we took yesterday at the high school, you'll see a complete turnaround from the survey that was presented to us on the 2nd of July. Yesterday, 52 teachers voted to pursue distant learning. Only 10 voted for a hybrid schedule and 2 voted for a full opening. That's 81.25% of the people that were polled yesterday, because this is a daily change. We're afraid of getting sick. Everyone's afraid of getting sick, and we're afraid of passing this on to our loved ones. That's something that we cannot ignore. That is our first priority in life, is protecting our loved ones. If you guys ignore us, we feel ignored, and it just makes the entire process that much crazier. I'd also like to hear what our classified staff has to say. No one's even talked about them. Teachers did not go to school to become emergency responders. Yes, they can be called to run shelters and logistics for emergencies, but they did not train specifically to handle the risk the district is asking them to participate in if they open schools in a hybrid full manner. Almost done. In the fire service, we have what are called trigger points. If a fire gets so big, we will react in a certain way. We as teachers would like to know what the district's trigger point is if we open in any other manner than remote learning. If I contact COVID-19, will you close my classroom? If one of my students or I die, will you chalk it up to us having poor immune systems, or accept responsibility for the death being preventable? Hard questions. I don't envy your position. However, I do respect your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Aaron Lefevre, followed by Eric Lucas.
Lefevre is now in the meeting and unmuted.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the school board and district leadership. My name is Erin Lefevre, and I'm a first grade teacher. First off, I just want to say that I so appreciate the work that has been done in planning for the 2020 school year, and I know that making decisions at this time is so difficult. I'm commenting this evening on the elementary hybrid plan, knowing and hoping that at some point in the school year, we will be in a hybrid model. I have several concerns about the current hybrid plan proposed and would urge the board to consider some different hybrid options. Having students on campus 5 days a week exposes students and teachers to the virus more than necessary and doesn't provide enough time for classrooms to be sanitized correctly. Teachers will also not be able to provide quality academic support in the classroom or remotely with the demands that the current hybrid model has outlined without that Wednesday to prepare. There are other hybrid models that could be implemented that limit exposure to the virus, allow for classrooms to be deep cleaned, and provide more prep time for teachers to implement the 240 minutes of learning required for students each day, such as having cohorts of students on Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, Friday, and Wednesdays as remote time for students or for teachers to prepare for remote learning, or having smaller percentages of students on campus that were mentioned by several other callers. I'm also concerned about our facilities being up to date to meet the needs required to keep everyone healthy. In the 6 years in my classroom, the fan, heating, and cooling system have not worked consistently, and not all the windows in my room open. These are small, some of them are small things that can be fixed. Additionally, our maintenance staff needs to be supported with supplies, training, and time in the school week to be able to sanitize our classrooms to the standards needed to manage the virus. I appreciate your attention this evening, and I hope you consider some of the aforementioned concerns that I voiced so that we can come back in a hybrid model as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Erin. Erica Nickerson, followed by Ricky Farah.
Erin Nickerson is in the meeting and unmuted.
Erica?
Hello, my name's Erica Nickerson. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you.
Oh, okay. For the very reason that you're having your virtual meeting tonight, I'm 100% in favor of distance learning. Furthermore, it weighs heavily on me that many of our staff are living with, possibly married to first responders. I'd like you to consider how my own husband, he's a deputy fire chief. I would ask you to consider how his health could potentially be impacted. If I'm being impacted by 24 students and then I come home ill, he could also get ill. This would really impact our emergency response systems, particularly during our upcoming fire season, which I know is something that we all understand the importance of. So again, this is just another reason why I am 100% in favor of distance learning, and I thank you.
Thank you. Ricky Farah, followed by Pam McElroy.
Ricky Farah is currently in the meeting and unmuted.
Thank you. Ricky Farah, followed by Pam McElroy.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
You can hear me? Wonderful. So hello, first of all, thank you for your time tonight. I am the daughter and niece of 2 teachers at Grace Hudson Language Academy, and I have been volunteering in their classroom since 2016. I have no doubt that teachers want to be in the classroom with their students. And even though the idea of returning to a traditional learning setting sounds delightful, we are not ready to do so. There are many unanswered questions that we need to solve before we even consider reopening schools in person. What happens if someone catches the virus? What happens if a teacher catches the virus? Teachers are allowed 10 paid sick days a year. So what happens if a teacher contracts the virus and must be connected to a ventilator for over 10 days? Who will replace their spot? What about the children in the class? Will everyone in that class have to quarantine for 2 weeks? I support the all distance learning option. We are still on the first wave and the cases are increasing every day. It is not safe for anyone to return to a school environment. One child's life is not worth the risk of returning to school in the fall. And if we were to go with the hybrid model, which I'm not suggesting, how are we planning on preparing the children to return to school in the fall? How are we preparing 6-year-olds to wear masks? Are they training at home? It's going to be very disorienting for them to be submitted to a setting that they have never encountered before. So once again, I support the all distance learning option and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Pam McElroy, followed by Angela James.
Pam McElroy is not in the waiting room. However, Angela James is.
All right, then we'll start with Angela and then go on to Valerio Baca.
Angela is now in the meeting and unmuted.
Angela? Angela?
Yes, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can. We're listening.
Okay, good evening. My name is Angela James, and I'm a parent of 2 middle college students at Ukiah High School.
Mm-hmm.
Tonight, I'd like to suggest all trustees to please keep in mind our Native American population. As previously mentioned, Bus service will be reserved for foster and homeless students, but not mentioned were students of local Indian reservations. This is one of our most vulnerable populations. They depend on the bus service. Also, internet connection and technology is not easily accessible on the reservation. Another concern of mine are the Native American households who have grandparents raising their grandchildren who may not be able to assist in virtual distance learning. I do not support in-person learning at this time. I think we should take this time to increase the virtual distance learning process so every student has equal access to this new style of public education during this world pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. Valerio Baca, followed by Kristen.
Kristen is not in the waiting room. However, we do have Ron Tisseling and Wendy Morale after Valerio Baca.
Okay, great. Thank you. Valerio?
She's in the meeting now.
Equal access to this new style of public education during this world pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, can you turn your radio off and we can hear your comment now. Valerio?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can. Perfect.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Valerio Baca, and I have two children that are going to school. One is going to be a junior at the high school, and the other one will start kindergarten at Calpella Elementary. I am not okay with sending my kids to school because of the pandemic, as we all know. And I believe that remote learning will be a better option, but we will need a better support from the school staff because at the end of the school year, we were not having more than like 20 minutes a week on Zoom meetings and stuff like that. So more support is needed.
Mm-hmm.
Trustee Van Sant mentioned that positive test rate is very low, or at least that's what I got from the information. However, based on a recommended minimum of 5 million daily tests nationwide, to reopen, we in Mendocino County need to have at least 1,400 tests daily. We've done 12,500 so far. Moreover, Governor Newsom prohibited gatherings in restaurants and bars. How can we put our children and your staff at risk by having them to teach our children? Thank you.
Thank you. And now we're going to go back to Ron Tisseling.
Ron Tisseling is in the meeting.
Ron, can you hear us?
Hello?
Hi, Ron. Yes, can you turn your volume down and then we can hear you.
Okay, is it down?
Perfect.
Okay. Am I? Oh, okay.
Yes, we can hear you. We're listening.
Oh, okay, thank you. First of all, I want to say I really appreciated the song we had earlier. That was really felt good to hear that in the midst of this long meeting. But what I want to say has changed during the course of the meeting. What I'm hearing from other people has certainly informed me. In terms of the community spread of the virus, I think that's going to be up and down. We don't know. And the idea of having another meeting in 2 weeks, I think, is wonderful. But tonight, I think you need to go ahead with planning what's going to happen if indeed it does happen. I like the idea of the hybrid method. However, I also like from the individual who brought in the idea of students who are at risk in terms of remote learning. They don't have the resources at home or they need the specialized attention, that those should get the regular school 5 days a week. And if you go to the hybrid, you might be able to make room for that to happen. Also, with the remote learning, talk to my grandson who is really dissatisfied with it. He's in high school. And what he's lacking is the contact, I think, with a teacher. Maybe once a week is all that they need. If we have the variability so that we can adapt, not just everybody does it Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, or Thursday and Friday, but rather what is needed at each level. And if we reduce the size of the actual meeting of the classroom, then there's always going to be some risk. If we wait a couple of years for a vaccine, if we wait that long to start school up again in person, it's not going to be the same. And certainly we don't have the practice and resources to do remote learning to the level we would have with the in-classroom learning. So I think the hybrid, I think, is generally what's going to be needed. But I'm also wondering, since with remote learning, we're relying on the homes to provide the other end of it. And it might be the case that we need like remote learning centers. And what I was thinking of, like a lot of churches might volunteer their Sunday school classrooms or their meeting rooms for the days when the students are not in the classroom, when they're doing the remote learning, and be able to achieve it when in their particular home, when they might not be able to benefit from it, they could in another setting.
Okay, can you wrap up your thoughts, please, Ron?
Yeah, I think that may in fact do it. The only thing, which is just a personal thing, in terms of the students wearing masks, especially the younger students, it's never going to work. You can't see an adult go for a full minute without touching the mask and adjusting it. And certainly little kids won't be able to do it. If somebody, instead of making, the plastic 2-liter soda bottles, would make a plastic helmet for grade school kids, I think kids would love wearing a space helmet to class.
Thank you.
And with, I think, and with vents in the side of it, that I think they would be fine. But that would require somebody being able to institute the manufacture of that. But I thank you for the time.
And I thank you for the plastic space helmet idea. Is anybody else with us, Ian?
Yes, we have Wendy Morelli still, and also Pam Mulcaroy came in again. So I'm letting Wendy Morelli in now.
Perfect, thank you. Wendy? Wendy?
She is in the meeting.
Okay. Wendy?
She has left the meeting.
All right, let's go to Pam, and then maybe Wendy will come back.
Okay, Pam is in the meeting and unmuted.
Pam?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. We're listening.
Hi. So thank you for hearing my comments. I know a lot of comments have been made about the lack of testing, cases going up, and the need for robust distant learning. So I'm not going to go through all of my stuff I was going to say about that. But my question is, Why would we start school with a model we know that won't be sustainable over time in this environment? Let's start with distance learning and go from there. And when we have testing capabilities that are robust and immediate and case counts declining, we could go back safely. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Pam.
And that is everybody.
Okay. It is 9:27. We will be back for a full discussion at 9:35. Thank you. Oh, she is the woman who sang? That's great. That's great.
Anne, you're not muted. Anne.
That's all right. Yeah, we're just talking about the Okay, Ian, you want to get started? Thank you. Okay. Ah. Okay. Ian, are we back on?
We are back on.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, board members, of all the public comments that we heard, most of the issues that were brought up, of course, had been dealt with in the presentation. But was there anything in the public comment that it made you question something that you didn't, that we hadn't talked about yet with staff? We have the superintendent, and then we also have Katie Summer, and we also have Nicole Glenser, and we also have Steve Barrickman, and we also have, you might not see him here, but we also have, oh dear. We also have Gabe Sherman as well. Okay. So I saw a hand there. Oh dear. Don't really know what I'm doing here on my little thing.
Did we lose B?
Here we go. Well, I'm trying to find her, and I couldn't tell if it was my problem with how I was doing it, setting it up, or how everybody was.
She's back.
Okay. Now, was I just accidentally sharing my screen? Okay, we're just gonna leave it alone. Trustee Van Sant, you had a question that you wanted to follow up on.
A number of the public commenters, well, not a number, but several of them mentioned the need for greater training on distance learning. And I know that's something Superintendent Cuban mentioned, and we did talk about this one extra day, but that did resonate with me, that it seems prudent to prepare for that as well. So that's really, up to you to figure out, Superintendent Cuban, but I didn't know if that was something that you had further thoughts on. I wouldn't be opposed to delaying the start of school for a couple of days if they needed those extra training days. I don't know if we have room in our calendar to allow that, but it's something that seems worth a conversation.
Go ahead.
Sam, I think there's confusion about our professional development days. This is one additional day in addition to what's already planned. So if you'll remember, we changed the school start day and moved some of the professional development days that were scheduled throughout the school year to the beginning of the school year to provide for more. So this is just a proposal to provide an additional, beyond the ones that are already scheduled. So we have 3 professional development days scheduled prior to the start of the school year, plus 2 teacher work days. So the whole week prior to school opening will be for staff preparedness.
And are those substantially about distance learning? I guess that was what I mean, that seemed to be the question.
We are working on the professional development plan now, but our plan for the before school is to focus on distance learning, yes. Also focus on safety protocols and procedures to make sure the staff is up to speed with what our plan is. And then also to do some curriculum development work.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Diaz, were you just clearing your throat, or was that a?
I was just clearing my throat.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe it was a.
I'm going to mute my.
Trustee Nelson.
One of the callers had, I thought, kind of a really interesting idea. In the case that we do go to 100% remote learning at any point, I thought bringing in the at-risk students was pretty creative, and I don't know what kind of hurdles there would be to facilitating that, but I thought it resonated with me. I just wanted to hear what the administration thought about that.
Katie, would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, we've had discussions around if we were purely remote, how could we provide additional supports? And I think that idea is a good one. So we're still looking at that, but that did come up in our discussions of students. How can we provide areas where if they have, even with hotspots, sometimes the internet is harder to access, how could we have some hubs and other areas where students could access, and then also supports that students need at school.
And that is good. Not surprising that you guys have already been talking about it, because you guys are amazing. But the other thing that I just wanted to address is there's a tremendous amount of fear. It was super evident. It's super evident when I was reading letters and responding to folks that called in. Tonight's calls, I think it was really clear that ton of fear, and I totally get it. Having been somebody that has never stopped working and having to go to a parts store for stuff is pretty strange. I mean, I know we've all been to our local grocery store, and I remember I used to run through Safeway trying to get through the day, and now I'm more comfortable with what science is telling me. I wear my mask, I wash my hands, and I wash them again. I don't know the last time I've touched my face because I'm training myself out of that. Things are different and they're a little bit scary. And I think looking into, I really appreciate that fear from our staff. Our local hospital continues to work. They actually see real COVID patients, you know, and it seems to be working if you follow the science. It's not 100%, but life continues on. And I think that we need to remember that it's going to move on and we need to do the best we can. And right now, from everything that the district has told us, that the best science that we got says, hey, let's, you know, these things can be done safer. And if we leave kids home without parents or without guidance, we're gonna have some real issues. So I really appreciate that fear. It sucks. And I think it's important that we take care of our community. I guess that was the other part. It's like some of the comments and the Facebook posts and emails were a little bit, it felt as if it was me against the teachers. And the fact of the matter is I am part of this community and I am sending my daughter to school. And if there is a huge COVID outbreak because of a decision we make, it would be devastating to me. And so making these decisions, it makes me a little cranky when I'm getting yelled at, when it's that adversarial position. Since I do feel like I'm part of the community and I'm not, it's important that we make the best decision based on science as we can. And that adversarial tone, I don't think is helpful or warranted in this particular case.
Thank you, Trustee Diaz.
Okay, one of the callers mentioned that it was going to be difficult for small children to keep their face mask on. And it has to do with how comfortable the mask is. Like the one that you were wearing, and it actually bothers my ears after a couple hours.
Mm-hmm.
And, I got these ones that somebody brought here at work, very simple to make, and I wear them all day long, and they do not bother me at all.
Mm-hmm.
All day long.
They attach differently behind the ear.
I'm sorry?
They attach differently behind the ear.
Well, it is just a slit.
Mm-hmm.
It is just a slit. Actually, it has two of them for different size faces, but it's very, very comfortable. Mm-hmm. And I have the impression that Gabe is going to say, well, that thing is very thin or whatever, but I don't know. I mean, very comfortable. Okay.
Go ahead, Gabe.
So Trustee Diaz, I was just gonna update you and update the board. So we do have 5,000 of the Gator type, and they're sized for children on order. I think the last time I looked at the delivery date, it was before the end of this month. So if you look at what Superintendent Kubin has, and it looks like a really nice compromise, because as long as the kids may have it up and down, and we really need to reinforce they wearing them, but they're not going to lose it. I've been guinea pigging it on my children, and this is by far the one that they enjoy the most comfortable, and they can wear it around all day. In fact, they do, and not, and then the ones we're getting are double layer. So I think there's that extra level of safety there. So they're not perfect. I don't think there's any perfect solutions, but I think this is the best, most likely way that we get the youngest children to wear them. And we should have plenty in for all of our younger or elementary students.
I have seen people wearing gaiters too, but at least my manager here, he's constantly pulling that gaiter up. He says something and then the gaiter comes. I don't know if it comes down or he just whatever. But
yeah, we have I think the last count it was 4 or 5 different types that we have and we'll have available. We're really, our intent, particularly for the staff, is to have a menu or a catalog for them to pick the option that works best for them. So for children where the gaiter doesn't work, we also, the state delivered, I think, about 3,000 child size of the ear loop variety. And then the ones you have, I think we have a couple thousand of those we ordered for staff in the spring. So we do have a wide variety, and hopefully we'll find something that works for everyone.
the other thing that I would like to mention about that is that I think that we should be able to explain our children the reason for it. And I think that the great majority of those children will understand what is the reason for it, and they will, I think that they will wear it, yeah.
Really?
An issue there, really.
It's just protection from cooties. Trustee Barrett and then Trustee Arkin.
One of our parents that called in, Angela James, mentioned something that's really been on my mind, and that is about the transportation for our Native American students, especially those that live in Hopland. I am just concerned that we somehow have to make sure that those kids have the opportunity provided by us to get to school, or else we offer some kind of school on their reservation. So that's a real concern of mine.
Mm-hmm. Has there been any discussion about that issue, Katie?
Yes, one of our next steps is to really work with the tribes to see, what could we do at the learning centers? Where could we, especially for the hybrid off days, to help provide support? So we're in the process of that, but we do recognize that as a challenge.
Are the learning centers large enough to have kids in there who are physically distanced?
I haven't been to the learning centers, but I do know that some of them are larger. We've had Mesa at some of our out at Redwood Valley, so we do know they have good facilities, but that is one of our next steps.
I've been in 2 of them, and in Redwood Valley, Coyote Valley and Redwood Valley. And they both have adequate facility.
Yeah.
And there are some larger facilities like gyms as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Trustee Arkin?
I have a couple questions. One is, do the kids take their masks home? Or do they stay in school?
Oh, I assumed they went home. Gabe? Do kids take their mask home?
So the intent would be to assign masks to students and have them bring them home. I think that there's going to be times they may need them between school and when they get to their safe space, right?
Oh boy.
Especially because they couldn't even come in the facility. Yeah, they have to take them home.
Okay.
you know, we do have, among some of the stock we got from Cal OES was a fairly decently large order of child-sized surgical masks, the disposable masks. So the idea is to have them on site for inevitably when we have them lost or forgotten. And we do have, you know, we are ordering, like I said, I have 5,000 just of the small child-sized gaiters. I mean, that alone would serve all of our elementary students, but on top of that, we'll probably have, you know, we'll probably end up having about 2 or 3 times the mass of all of our student population, with the intent of, you know, realizing that there will be some lost or forgotten.
Yeah.
But yeah, the intent is to send them home.
Okay. My second question is, since it was thrown out there, is Hopland School. Can we clarify that? Because it'll be lingering.
Trustee Arkin, we are not currently allowed to use Hopland School because it's in a floodway. There, 2/3 of the school is in a floodway, and so we cannot get insurance on that school.
Okay, I just, since it was, we all know that, but it keeps getting forgotten. And the fact that it was brought up once again this evening, I just want to get it clarified that it wasn't ignored.
Good, yeah.
Thank you.
Trustee Diaz?
I would like to share this with you. I have been thinking about it, and I thought maybe yes, maybe no. Well, speaking to what Trustee Nelson was talking about, you know, the fear, you know, it sounds like people are terrified about this. And I remember being afraid to die or to death until I was about 30 years old. And then I associated death with sleep. Because I started to think, well, okay, when I go to sleep, I most of the time don't feel a thing. I mean, every night I don't feel a thing. Sometimes I even wake up and where am I and who am I? So, and then I thought maybe death is just that. All you have, the thing is that you don't wake up anymore. Now we are afraid of death because we see what they do with our dead bodies. Okay, they put them in a casket and then they bury them. And or what I consider myself worse, they cremate you and then, you know, they turn you down into some ashes. Okay, so from that point on, then I was not afraid. I said, okay, when I die, I'm just gonna fall asleep and I'm gonna be gone. After that, my son Ricardo, when he was about 5 or 6 years old, I don't even remember, he came up to me worried about death. He said, Daddy, I don't wanna die. I mean, and he seemed very worried. And I thought, oh my God, and what am I gonna tell him? So I decided to tell him the truth, what I had thought about before. And I told him, look, every one of us will eventually die, but you don't need to worry about that because you have many years to live, so don't worry about that. And also when we die, we just fall asleep, we just don't wake up, we go to heaven and everything is fine. After that, he never came back to me with any worry about that. He's 21 years old now, and I don't know, I just wanted to share that with you.
You know, my concern about, I think we all have, you're basically talking about the different levels of anxiety that people have, Jose, and to me, I am not, if, you know, somebody was talking about, you know, if everybody is from a 1 to 10 and 10 is literally, they can't even think about going outside without having a heart attack. And 1 is they walk around without a mask, they kiss people, they don't care. You know, I'm certainly closer to 1 than I am to 10. But when I hear over and over again in our emails and in our public comment, the amount of fear that many teachers feel, my concern is that they are so fearful that they're not really going to even be any good at teaching, because that's what's on their mind. I mean, you get to a point, all of us do, when we're so concerned about something, we can't really focus on the other thing. And so my concern is, even though, and I'll say this again and again, reasonable people can disagree. I don't expect every teacher to agree with whatever decision this board comes up with, nor every parent of a child. We are allowed to disagree, even though we all have access to the same information. And my point is, even though I look at the information and I'm not as concerned, maybe because I've been a disaster service worker this whole time, I don't know. But for whatever reason, I'm not as concerned personally. But when I put myself in the shoes of somebody who is that concerned, I don't know if there's enough room in my brain to even teach. So just wanted to share that. Trustee Van Sant.
I have some fairly long comments. Would this be a time to go for it?
I think this is the perfect time.
Okay. And you're right. I as the comments went on tonight, I did revise some of the things that I was thinking. So I appreciate really hearing those comments. And I thank you all for indulging me for about 4 or 5 minutes. I think it's going to be okay. So I want to start with acknowledging how awful this has been. And I think Trustee Nelson touched on that. For me personally as a board member, and I know for all of our board members and for our school administration, the school reopening issue has been constantly on my mind for months. And I felt literally sick with anxiety and sadness about it. And I'm so sorry that many people in our school community are feeling the same way. This is without a doubt the most difficult and intense situation that I've faced as a board member. I'm sure it's probably true for most of the rest of the board members. And the stakes are really, really high. I want to thank you for the emails and the public comment we received tonight. We've received a lot of communication from teachers, and I've personally gathered a lot of feedback from parents. It's all been helpful, and I've learned a lot from listening. But honestly, it's also been very conflicting. Whatever choice a person feels strongly about, I've heard from another person with an equally strong and opposite viewpoint. And here's some of the things I've learned for sure. Almost all the parents I've spoken with were deeply unsatisfied with the ability of distance learning to meet their child's needs. More than a few parents said to me, my child can't learn remotely. And that's been really hard to hear. At the same time, a number of teachers and school staff, as we've certainly heard this evening, are fearful of returning to a job that puts them in contact with groups of children. And I also hear this loud and clear. Like Anne just mentioned, I've come to realize that every individual in our community has different perceptions of risk and safety. Sometimes that's based on their own or their loved one's health status. But I've noticed that a person's personal tolerance of risk influences their opinions about policy and practice. This is true of me as well. And it makes decision-making all the more complicated. So in terms of distance learning, I understand and agree that our initial foray into distance learning was a form of crisis learning, as the letter from UTA described it. I think that's a good phrase to use. It was crisis learning. And I trust that a future foray into distance learning would be considerably stronger than it was this past spring. However, I believe that distance learning, even when it's done really well, amplifies social and educational inequity. It places the greatest strain on the children with the fewest family resources and support, and on those with the more significant learning challenges. I know that all of us genuinely believe that every child deserves an equal, high-quality education, and face-to-face schooling is one of society's few great equalizers. It's heartbreaking to me that we're moving backward so quickly in all of the important work we've been doing to make sure that the most vulnerable students have access to the education they deserve. The kids who are the most at risk are going to have the most negative impacts by not being in school full time. We all know that. And that makes me really very, very sad. But if I could speak directly to the school staff for a moment, I want to switch gears, and I'd like to apologize for my remarks at a previous board meeting that I may have conveyed the impression that safety is not important to me. My words may have sounded flippant, and that's my mistake. I do not at all feel flippant about this situation. No single institution is more critical to a healthy community than the school system. And you, the school staff, are the heartbeat of that institution. I believe strongly in the power and magic of face-to-face learning. And my feeling about school staff is the opposite of not caring. It's about caring too much. We can't do school without you. Our kids can't learn without you. And a classroom without a teacher in it is not a classroom, it's just a room. Your physical presence is critical to holding this community together. So of course, I would feel as if your absence from the learning experience is catastrophic to kids. But Please don't mistake my passion for face-to-face learning as a disregard for staff safety. Nothing could be further from the truth. Your safety is vitally important to me because we need you. And I'm acutely aware, based on your own comments, and I can understand this myself, that the current situation is not what you signed up for when you chose to become a teacher or work for a school district. Millions of people in this country have had to accept that simply going to work feels risky. I've experienced that in my own workplace. It's shocking and it's scary, and I do not minimize the intensity of this experience for essential workers like school staff. In this experience for me, I've had to carry a lot of different and conflicting emotions at the same time. I have a strong desire to see kids back in school and a strong concern for staff and student safety. I feel both of those things at the same time. I feel regret that we can't guarantee that every staff member and student will feel comfortable in the workplace. I feel ashamed that we can't keep our schools fully open because I know that our community relies on us to teach their children and provide vital structure to their lives. And finally, I feel a very deep sadness that our students will likely not get the education and the experience they need and deserve, and especially our most vulnerable students. So when all the choices before us are terrible, what do? We've been trying to thread a needle to find a solution that works for everyone, and that just isn't possible. There's no solution that does not potentially put a group of people in our community at risk of negative outcomes, staff, parents, and children. And none of us are 100% certain that we know how to accurately evaluate that risk. For me tonight, I'm going to be supporting the superintendent's recommendation for the hybrid option. I believe it's the least awful of a group of terrible options. I recognize the option largely meets the guidelines of the current local public health order, and I'm pleased to hear that our public health officer is comfortable with it, with that option. It's a place to start, and I hope it's not a place to end. And I fully understand that we may have to switch to another model as conditions change, maybe even next week or in a couple of weeks. I understand that this needs to be very flexible. And I want to thank the teams and the work groups for their work in thinking through so carefully how to reopen safely. Thank you for your hard work on this. I'm sure that it's been grueling. Until tonight, I have never yet felt compelled to support a choice that works backward in terms of educational outcomes for kids. As a board member who is elected solely to represent the interests of children, this is gut-wrenching. On any given day, there are children in this community who are safer in school than they are at home, even with the risk of COVID. And it feels like we're sacrificing the education and maybe even the safety of our most vulnerable children for what we believe is a greater cause. I'm not saying this is right or this is wrong, but I'm saying for me, it's really, really hard. And I know that all of you who've worked through this decision likely feel the same way. So nothing's more psychologically stressful than uncertainty. And this community is really tired and really scared. I'm tired and I'm scared. And I so wish there was something we could do or say today that would relieve the exhaustion and the fear for all of our stakeholders. I want to end with gratitude and then some hope. I want to express my sincere gratitude to our teachers and our school staff. I hear that many of you are fearful about returning to work on site. And I really, really wish we could do something to completely eliminate that fear without devastating outcomes for kids. And I'm deeply sorry that we can't. This pandemic is demanding a lot from teachers, a lot from school staff, a lot from parents, and a whole lot from children. And I want to thank you for your commitment to teaching and to our kids. To me, you are essential workers in the most profound sense of the word. Following up a little bit on what Trustee Nelson said, this experience has been really, really hard on all of us, and we may have even harder days ahead. And I'm really hoping that we can treat each other with kindness and grace as we navigate this together. I have appreciated all the feedback we've received from teachers, but it has been hard to hear, and it's been hard not to take some of it really personally. So finally, I want to say that I believe that this too will end, and we'll be able to return to the freedom of a fully open, not socially distant, unmasked school campus sometime in the future. We'll be able to return to a day when you can hug a crying kindergartner, attend a school choir concert, and acknowledge a child's achievement with a smile that they can actually see. I do believe that, and I can't wait to celebrate that day with joy and with deep gratitude with all of you and with the entire community. And that's the end of my comments. So thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. Anything else for the moment? Okay, so we have a number of options here, and I guess what I would recommend is that we, in a way, approve all the options we need to give direction to staff as to where they start, but I want to make sure that families understand that we need to be able to, you know, pivot as the health situation changes. Trustee Fernandez?
I always hate speaking after Megan because, you know, you just never compare. But I too, and before we go on to look at the options, I'd like to acknowledge the emails and public comment that we've received. Some of the feedback has been really helpful and highlighted concerns I hadn't thought enough about. So I thank those for the thoughtful communication. And I too want to acknowledge that some staff are feeling really frightened. And I'm really sorry for that. And I wish it weren't so. And I wish we didn't, I wish we weren't facing this. And I hear your fears. They're valid. Uncertainty is really, really hard and we don't know what's going to happen. But I'm also extremely worried about the kids. I'm worried about what the impact this year will have on them, regardless of our choices. I'm worried about the hybrid model, the 2.5 or 3 days a week without guidance, what that will be like for our kids. It weighs really, really heavily on me. It's not an easy decision to make. I feel super sad and stressed about this all the time. I don't feel cavalier at all. I take it really seriously. And I also am going to be accepting and voting for administration's recommendation for the hybrid model. I know they've done a lot of work on this extremely challenging situation, and I would like to thank them for all that work. I know not all the questions are answered, but they have certainly been dedicated in trying to figure out all the details. And I recognize that this upcoming year is asking staff to work way outside of their comfort level. And I know that's really hard. And I just would like to thank you for being flexible and committed to our students during this really challenging year of whatever models we start with and go into and then come out with. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Fernandez. Trustee Diaz?
I would like to add that yes, it is difficult, but again, we need to look at all of the aspects of this. This time has actually caused some issues, to everyone. And I would like that the decision that we come up with tonight to reopen the schools, I would like it to be seen as a collaboration, not only a board member's decision, but as a collaboration with the support of the school staff and also the parents, in the community. And again, I invite everyone to take this thing one day at a time and basically do what we need to do when we have to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Diaz. Anyone else want to speak? All right. Well, I'll just throw in that I started out at the 5-day-a-week model 2 months ago.
Me too.
I am completely on the other side. I'd actually say that, I'm willing to support I think that I always have faith in the decisions that the board makes, because I think it's a lot of great people who have thought things through. And so I'm willing to support it. I would actually probably, if it were just up to me, start with option 4 at the beginning. As I said before, because of the anxiety that has been expressed. And I don't want that anxiety to be transmitted from the teachers to the students, because the students are actually really not as much a risk as most of the others of us. But I would want to go to a hybrid model as soon as our new case rate kind of plateaued a little bit. But right now, our new case rate is so steep that I just don't really understand what's going on yet. And so that's what makes me pause. Unfortunately, though, we're having to at least give some direction tonight, because staff and families need to be making some decisions. And at the very least, we need to know who's going to try independent study, who wants to go distance learning, trying to go the whole semester, when we don't know what's going to happen in 2 weeks. It could be that this is the highest, and in 2 weeks, everything is plateaued and we're fine. I don't know. But that's why I think this is so difficult, is that, you know, we're just waiting every day to see how many cases in the greater Ukiah area there are. So I think it's tough. So while I could support the superintendent's recommendation for the hybrid model, I would tend to say, let's start with full closure, but plan on going to the hybrid model, you know, October 1st or something like that. What trustees haven't we heard from yet? Trustee Arkin or Trustee Barrett? Trustee Arkin, what are you thinking?
What I'm thinking is, I really thought it was a very thoughtful thing that Megan put out. I really appreciated all that she said, how she said it, and the process that she went through. And I appreciated Zoe's contribution also. And I understand what you're saying, Anne. I'm leaning towards the recommendation, which is the hybrid. What I'm feeling about that is that we have enough time. We have a month, and the way things are going, it really appears even less than a week, things continue to change. All our administrators, staff, they are looking and doing things every day, and they will be quick to recognize that something has happened and we cannot go in that direction if that works out that way. But I would like to try that direction. I think that is a good beginning, because I think we need to put our kids in there. And I think as time goes on, teachers, I understand that fear. You know, I mean, I'm way older, so it would be a more significant fear for me. I don't feel that, but maybe it's because I'm hiding. I don't know. But I do feel that we need to start that way, and we're not starting gun-ho. We're starting partially. And we can shift that. If things don't work out, it's not like, well, too bad, we're stuck. We're not stuck. There are many options, including the one that you're talking about, Anne. And I'm comfortable with the one in the middle and go from there, because we can move either way, and we'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Trustee Barrett.
Yes, I'll weigh in. I'm definitely going to support the recommendation of the administration and our superintendent. And I was very happy today to hear that our public health officer is still supporting the hybrid model. I really do sympathize with the fears of the teachers and the staff members. And as I told many people when I answered their letters, I'm taking this very seriously. And I've, like Megan and many of the rest of you have said, I've thought about almost nothing else for the last several weeks. But I also know the importance of a teacher with the students, and I'm anxious to get back to having our students have the contact with the teacher in the classroom, even if it's part-time. Teachers are critical to the learning. There's not anything else as good as having a quality teacher in the classroom with kids. And I really think that with the hybrid model, with the teacher having half a class there, is going to be fun teaching. And I had an experience like that when I first went to year-round school, and I had 19 kids in the classroom because I chose a track that was not popular. And it was just a joy. I could do so much individualized teaching. And so I think if we can get around the fear and hopefully things will level off so it won't be quite as scary. I think having a half a classroom for as long as possible would be a dream. So I'm going to support the hybrid model, definitely.
Thank you. Trustee Nelson?
So just to clarify, I can't remember which model the administration, well, that the teams put together. Was it 3A or 3B, or are we talking about them together?
Right now, we're just in the general discussion, and it seems like the consensus is going to be option 3, the hybrid model. There are 2 questions within that, and we can take them as 3 separate motions, or we can put the motion all together. The first is, do we want to start as of today, given today's data, do we want to start planning to open the hybrid model August 17th? Then the question is Wednesday on site or is Wednesday distance learning? And then the other question is the hybrid model, does it stop before lunch and children leave with a sack lunch? Or does it go full day or almost full day? So do you see that there's like 3 different things there? Okay, wait, hold on just a second. Is there a clarifying question, Trustee Van Sant?
No, let Trustee Nelson finish his clarifying question, then I'll go back to mine.
Okay.
As I mentioned earlier, I think that the more face time that kids can have with teachers, it's just a game changer. And so I would be in favor of the 3A model. But I do appreciate some of the comments that I received from teachers about being prepared to do a better job with distance learning. And so I would propose to you guys that we start out for a month with the 3B model. And then after a month, we go to the 3A model after teachers and kids have had a chance to play with distance learning on that Wednesday. So that would be 4 opportunities.
Okay. So let's just keep talking for a minute before we actually make a motion then. Trustee Van Sant, then Fernandez.
I understand the 3 levels Anne you described, and that are we going with 3 at all? And then within 3, are we doing A or B? And then within A or B, are we doing before or after lunch? And I guess my question is, I'm supporting 3, A or B. And I'm wondering, maybe from the superintendent's perspective, some of that is getting very detailed and it has logistical implications. And I'm just not sure if I feel fully knowledgeable enough to know whether starting off with distance learning on Wednesdays is the best idea or starting off with the half days is a better idea, because maybe they'll have more time to get to know their kids, and then they get, I don't feel like I understand that technical detail well enough. And I'm asking, I just don't know if Superintendent Cuban, do you want us to give you that specific, or do you want 3 and then let you figure out the details? And does the board feel comfortable with that as well? Because I could kind of go anywhere there. I'd like to vote for option 3, but the details within it, I'm less concerned about, except for I do want the day to go all day long, not just stop at lunch. I guess I do have an opinion about a part of it. That was not how the whole board was. You can do with it what you will.
I probably don't want to say anything, since I basically agree with Trustee Van Sant. Whether it's A or B, whether you do Wednesday remote or Wednesday, switching off, I would leave that up to you because you guys are going to be working out all the details. But I too would agree that to try and go all day and go after lunch, I know that creates some difficulties that you'd have to resolve. But assuming you can figure out how you could do lunch and be distant, still socially distant, I would like to see the kids be there till the regular dismissal time-ish.
Can I ask a wild card question and it has not come up? Sorry, Board President.
Nobody else is wanting to be recognized, so go for it.
I think I was reminded of it because we were thinking about this before or after lunch, and the conversation about the after school program in ACES has been like completely silent. So parents have asked me, are we providing after school care? And I'm like, I have no idea. So I'm wondering if that's the case, because it sometimes might make a difference about the lunch dismissal or not. Do you even have an answer on that yet, or do we want to just not talk about that yet?
It has not been silent in the planning groups, that's for sure. Go ahead, Superintendent Cuban, do you want to talk a little bit about that?
No, I'm just laughing because recently a teacher, one of our amazing teachers, posted something. I don't know if you all follow Jerry Brooks. He's a principal from like Alabama or somewhere, and he did this whole thing with a magic 8-ball about, are we going to have to wear a mask? Anyway, look him up on Facebook. He's super funny. And he had his little magic 8-ball to give him the answers. And I'm not making light of this, but we have talked about ACES, but we are somewhat waiting to figure out what the model is, and then we can move to planning for that. If we did end at lunch, I think ACES would be challenging. I mean, we'd have to figure out, and Katie, you might want to comment on this, but would kids just stay until 6 o'clock? Because the rules of the ACES program require that we stay open until 6. So anyway, we've got a lot of work to do on the ACES program, depending on, but I see, Megan, how it impacts your thinking.
And I don't think it's significant enough to like stop the discussion today. I just was reminded of it because I didn't know what the plan was. And it sounds like you don't yet know what the plan is.
I think the lunch discussion, it just, I'm thinking like a school site administrator that I used to be, a middle school principal and a high school assistant principal. And, lunch, having lunch on campus certainly presents a lot of challenges, just, managing the kids, making sure they're social distancing. It's not impossible, but it certainly creates a lot of challenges. Also for the elementary schools, but, they're more contained than our secondary schools are, but it's somewhat of a management nightmare. And I too want to try and maximize the amount of time that kids are on campus. But it's a mitigation effort. You could certainly work with that. Kids would go to school for 4 hours, and then they would leave before lunch. I do support 3B. I think having a distance learning day where kids are with the whole class is with their teacher at some point during that day to practice distance learning, because as I said in the beginning, I think we're going to, unfortunately, be in and out of some of these models. And we, again, don't know what is going to happen even 2 weeks from now. It may be needed to start with distance learning. We just don't know yet, but I do like the concept of having Wednesday be a distance learning day. Even just to start that way. And if things go incredibly well, we can do an alternating Wednesday half day. So that's my 2 cents. And I think the lunchtime issue certainly creates a lot of challenges. They're not completely impossible to overcome, but they definitely challenges are created by keeping kids on campus through lunch.
Superintendent Cuban, would it be possible to start in August with a hybrid model that left before lunch so that we had one less safety hygiene thing to worry about and to staff and to clean up after? And then as everybody got more comfortable and cases went down, then we could go to a full day sometime later in the semester. Is that possible to make that switch?
Absolutely. I mean, we can, it will take just a little bit of planning time, but we can make that work. I think if you saw the budget for Wednesday, if we do school on Wednesday, we'll need extra custodial support. So again, I do want to maximize the amount of time that kids are on campus, but I think doing Wednesday as a distance learning day would be incredibly helpful for us to be able to start to master that program.
Well, and as many of the teachers pointed out, and as a matter of fact, I've gotten a few emails that I read on the break saying, please don't compare distance learning now or what could be to what happened last semester, as other people have mentioned. Yeah. Trustee Fernandez?
Again, I'm fine with either A or B for Wednesday, but I don't mean to put a lot more work on you and the staff, but if we can stay till after lunch, I think, being at school 4 hours versus being to school 6 or 6.5 is significant. And when you're only there 2 days a week, I strongly feel that I would rather start off doing the 2 full days, not try and change a month or 2 in, since I think that would be really challenging. I personally would rather try and do the 2 full days to begin with.
Trustee Diaz?
I would like to echo what Trustee Fernandez just mentioned. I think that there would be better buy-in from parents about having the full day than, the living at lunch time.
Trustee Barrett?
I agree. I want to go full days for the 2 days. And it just doesn't seem like 4 hours, that's 8 hours a week, is enough to me. I'd much rather do it 12. I would be willing, which I wasn't when I came today, to give up the Wednesday. But I definitely I would like to have the full day on the 2 days. And I think it can be worked out. It's going to take some work. But again, when I was doing my talking to a friend today, we were just brainstorming how lunch could be done at elementary school. And we came up with several ideas. So I know it can be done. It's just a matter of time and figuring it out.
I agree that it can be done. My point is, out of recognition of the stress and anxiety that many people are feeling, it's just another way that I saw that we might be able to lessen that just a little bit for a month, but it can be done. Trustee Nelson, anything to add?
Yeah, I appreciate the lunch challenges, and it makes me worried. It worries me for the district to push too hard to do successful, safe lunches. Carolyn has some experiences that I certainly don't have, and so I would kind of like to defer to her on if she thinks it can be done. She has a pretty worldly knowledge. The Wednesday, I don't want to give it up for very long. I feel, again, that teacher FaceTime, the reason why we want them there for the full school day is because they're in front of a teacher, and that Wednesday is part of that. I can appreciate, if we tackle this as we're practicing distance learning, give it a run with the intent that we take Wednesdays and turn it back into a teaching day and that school day. That's something that it would make me feel a lot better about this. Yeah.
Did we Ian, I'm not sure if you're listening to us right now, but I don't see Trustee Arkin on my screen.
Her image was still for a few seconds. I noticed that, so maybe she's having internet issues.
Okay.
I believe she had internet issues. It appears she's dropped off, but she's not currently in the waiting room, so I'm not sure what happened.
President Mulgard will give her a quick call.
Okay, thank you. Okay, it's time for a little stretch break. We don't want to go far because she'll be right back, I'm sure.
She just showed up in the waiting room. I'm admitting her now.
Oh, excellent. Oh, no, that was Brian Barrett. Oh, here we go. You're back. You're back.
Yes, I did. I lost all my juice. I didn't know I was going on empty.
Oh, okay. All right, good. Well, I'm glad it wasn't a connection problem.
I had to plug it in and do the whole thing. Thank you.
Well, Trustee Nelson was just explaining his entire life philosophy, and I'm so sorry you missed it.
Yeah. Do it again.
I was so distracted looking for Trustee Arkin. Trustee Nelson, your point was you're willing to give up on the Wednesdays on site for a little while? Or?
That's correct. I just think I think that the full day is important, even though I appreciate that doing the lunch is going to be challenging. I would be willing to give up Wednesdays a little bit, but I would think it'd be really important to have the kids at school as much as possible. After the teachers feel comfortable with distance learning and we see the successes and we see the kids are logging in. If they're not logging in to be with the class for 4 hours a day, then we're gonna have to figure something else out.
Right. Trustee Vincent?
I would be comfortable making a motion to approve 3A or B and leave the A or B part to the superintendent, but with the full day. That would be my motion that I would make.
I would second that motion.
I don't know if you were ready for a motion, Ann, so I can make it into I didn't mean for a second. I was just letting you know that's where I was willing to go.
It's clear there's a consensus. I'm the only odd man out.
You know, I'm thinking about what you're saying about the after lunch, and I guess my thought is I'm not sure that concession, if that's how we think of it, would actually make much of a difference in the fear. So to me, it's not really, I don't know if it would make a huge difference in how the teachers feel about it. They're still going to be in contact with kids for long periods of time, whether they go through lunch or not. So for me, the strength of a full day is still pretty important. And we're all saying here, we're coming up with an idea, we're giving direction to the superintendent, and we're all super aware that anything could change in any moment. So it could turn out that lunch is just literally impossible and something could have to change. But that's what I would be comfortable voting for tonight.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Would people like to vote on this as that singular motion, or would they prefer to vote on it in parts? Trustee Nelson?
I'd like to speak to the motion for a sec, if that's okay.
Please do.
We had one caller that was concerned that we were with the plans that we've been talking about tonight, that we wouldn't be able to staff them, that we'd be spread too thin. And I'm wondering, have you guys addressed that concern? Like, can we handle it? That we'd be spread too thin. I'm wondering, have you guys addressed that concern? Like, can we handle it?
Is somebody listening to the YouTube at the same time?
That we'd be spread too thin. I'm
Whoa.
Never-ending Tyler. Lucky enough.
That's awesome.
Tyler on a loop.
Unending Trustee Nelson loop.
Oh,
dear.
I think that we are always challenged with staffing. And I think this is going to be a challenging year. I mean, more challenging than others for certain. But we have a great team. We have great staff. And we will come to you to let you know when we need more. A challenging year. I mean, more challenging than others for certain.
What is going on?
Can we have everybody mute for a second?
Everybody mute. Okay. All right. It's good. Everybody, that worked. Whatever somebody did worked. So that's perfect. All right. So Trustee Nelson, you said, we heard it enough times, I guess we know what you said. Is there a staffing shortage with this model? Superintendent Cuban says, no, we think we can handle it. We'll come back if we can't. Okay. Other people to speak to this motion? Okay, then, would people like, do people have a preference, or is one motion okay for everything?
One motion.
Okay.
I'm going to repeat my motion so I can remember what I said, because I'm not even totally sure. I think that my motion was, I move that we accept as our opening model, unless conditions significantly change, either of 3A or B. That would be up to the superintendent and her team to decide, but with the full day model for the 2 learning days that are on campus.
Any clarification needed? Any further discussion needed? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? I'm actually going to vote no on this, Deb. Any abstentions? Okay. So that is what we are doing. Now, I know you might think that you are now dismissed, but unfortunately you are not, because there is the budget item on the agenda as well. And so if you turn to the end of the PowerPoint, you'll see 2 pages of additional budget recommendations. It's like the anti-penultimate page. Okay, so what would be the best way to approach this? Do we want to just walk through it quickly? I think most of us have a question about the second point, the 720,000. Because I don't think we need 12 custodians. Is Gabe Sherman still here? Yes, he is. I see him. Thank you, Gabe. Why don't we just go through and ask questions on the ones we have questions on? Wednesday virtual learning, shortened day, 0 cost. Wednesday on site, I have a question. Others probably do as well. So we just passed something that said A or B is going to be up to the superintendent. So that means this is either a yes or a no.
That's right.
So how did you come up with 720,000, Gabe? Because it's just really a lot of people working on one day.
So, and I think that's maybe a little bit unclear. It's actually not, so it's 12 FTE custodial positions, but that would be FTE. So those would be 40-hour a week, 5 days, or 40 hours a day, sorry, 8 hours a day, 5 days a week position. That wouldn't be just having those people working on Wednesdays. And the issue is that the current staffing formula we use for custodians is a CASBO formula. Basically allots each custodian in each site, or every room has 15 minutes of custodial time in the evenings, and the bathrooms have half an hour. Arguably, and I think if you talk to most staff, a lot of our sites are underserved as it is right now, particularly that revolves around staffing shortages and not being able to come up with subs. So the concern is most of these operational plans are going to require additional sanitization support throughout the day. So if we're having, if we're loading our schools at half capacity or even full capacity, we're going to need more than that one single custodian that we have historically had on campus. And really the staffing and the cleaning plan calls for doing a lot more sanitization on touch points. So more time in bathrooms, more time cleaning doorknobs, going down and doing wipe downs. If we're going to be serving lunch, that's going to be an extra level of sanitization needed. And by doing that in our current staffing level, what we'd in effect be doing is taking some of the night staff at an elementary school. So talking about our elementary schools, the staffing level for custodial is 1 head of plant, that's their day shift, and then 1.5 at night. There's 1 full custodian and another one that's shared between 2 sites. If we move night custodial staff to supplement day, we're not going to have that night cleaning. And really what that would mean is probably in this context, we double down on sanitization, but not do some of the basic sanitation duties. So cleaning floors, instead of mopping the floors every night, they might see spot mopping. If you have that Wednesday off, that Wednesday would be that pressure relief day in which you'd have all custodial staff at a site, and they'd be able to solely focus on doing that, the deep cleaning. So mopping the floors, doing the carpets, catching that site up. And it's also that firewall between your cohort A and B. So that's one of the pros of having that Wednesday as a remote day. If we lose that day, now you're in effect, you're adding more load to the custodial needs of the site because you're not having any extra time off that they can get caught up, but you're requiring that extra time during the day. So that 12 FTE, and it's up to 12 FTE, it's going to depend a lot on what our class loading looks like, how many students we actually have on campus, how many are going to be virtual. Obviously, a student who's doing distance learning doesn't need a custodian to clean up after them. But what, that worst case scenario, that 12 FTE is basically looking at an extra custodian per an elementary site and Eagle Peak, probably another 2 at Pomalita, and then up to 3 at the high school. We also have a couple other sites that would probably need some additional help too. It does say up to 12 FTE. Go ahead.
I think the confusion might be that you have Wednesdays on site. It isn't really the question whether or not we have anybody on site. I mean, it doesn't really matter if we're doing Wednesdays or not. If we're doing the hybrid model, then wouldn't we need an extra person anyway?
So again, I think the clarification, and it's bad language, and I apologize for that. It's not Wednesdays custodians on site. It's if Wednesdays is an on-site instructional day. Remember, there's 2 models. There's the 3A, 3B. So if it's the hybrid model in which Wednesday is an instructional day, you're not going to have that extra day to do cleaning. And again, that's bad language, and I apologize for that.
No, I'm just saying that if we have kids on site, whether it's an A where kids are on site Wednesdays, or group A, group B every other week, or if it's all distance learning on Wednesdays, I don't see how it matters. Either you need more custodians because of the additional safety, hygiene, sanitation work that you're doing, or you don't. There's still only 24 hours in a day. You know what? Maybe I'm the only one who's not getting this. Does everybody else get it? And I'll just be quiet.
Well, Ann, I'm not going to say more.
Wait.
Apologize.
Do the other trustees already get this?
I do understand what Gabe is talking about.
Okay, so if we choose, you're telling me if we choose B, where we do only distance learning on Wednesdays, we get to save $720,000?
We definitely would not need 12 FTE positions. I think, again, depending on how many students we have returning, we may need some extra supplementary time, particularly if we have an issue with bringing in subs. So that would mean we'd probably be trying to tap paras or other staff members, and as we have in the past, to do custodial sub time, particularly on Fridays. But by and large, yes, that large cost would probably go away. We wouldn't need that extra time because we would still have that total on-site custodial time to do those big cleaning items instead of just that down to earth sanitization. Another way to think of it, Ann, is to consider a custodial week instead of a custodial day. So having that Wednesday adds, that's at an elementary school, that's 2.5 custodial days that are added to that week. And if you have, and that you can get caught up. And if you don't have that, that goes away.
So do we need to okay $720,000? Is that what you're saying, though? If we do A or B? I mean B, or no, A. I mean, you're saying yes, you need more, 12, and then you're saying no, we probably don't need that much. Which one?
Trustee Barrett has a question.
Trustee Barrett, you need to unmute. Try again, try again. We still don't have you. There we
Okay,
go.
there I go. Anyway, if we don't have kids on campus on Wednesday, we probably still will need some extra custodial staff. So we'd need to put in maybe 200,000 or some, we'll need some more, I'm sure. But we might not, we wouldn't need the full 750 or whatever.
We're going to be sanitizing more, so we'll need something at least. Superintendent Cuban?
No, I was just going to add that I was just going to save some discussion time because having spent some time with the work groups and with leadership, I'll just say that that the Wednesday being a remote learning day, distance learning day across the district is the way that I am certainly leaning based on the conversations I've had with staff. So it would save us some conversation right now because with things going the way that they're going, I don't see us moving to having school on the Wednesday right now. I think it's a good way to start to not have kids in person on Wednesday.
So
I know you left it to my discretion, and typically I'd go out and ask more questions of our staff, but we've already talked about it. I really don't need to. And so it will save some time.
So between the time we made the motion and now, you already figured it out.
Yes.
Okay.
So are we cutting money then?
So could we put in
720?
Well,
I think Trustee, I just want to comment, Trustee Barrett said we may need some money anyway. I'm comfortable approving whatever sanitation support we need. I think that's really important. So I don't really want to split hairs on the cost of it right now because that is a really important need. So, and it sounds like if we're going to do the no students on campus on Wednesday, it's not going to be 720,000, but it might not be zero. It'll be somewhere between that.
Right, but just to give authority, I would like to use Trustee Barrett's number since she has run school budgets and just say 100,000 today. And then at our next meeting, they've already said there's a number of other things that they have to come back to us with, including a substitute at every school and things like that. So let's, for today, we're going to put in 200,000 under custodial enhancements. Facility enhancements, are there any questions about the purification systems or the plexiglass? Yes, Trustee Nelson.
Air purification systems, is it scientifically proven? Is it backed by science, or is it something to make us feel good?
So Trustee Nelson, how technical would you like me to get?
No, it's too late.
Use good judgment, please.
Yeah, so there are systems that have been used in healthcare for decades and are very proven. There are systems that, as you can imagine, people are coming off the walls with and trying to sell everywhere that are not. Any system we would buy, we would make sure that it would be, would be vetted. There's also systems that are probably patently unsafe. They rely on, ozone. So we would be very careful about what we purchase up. And I'm looking at about 3 different systems right now. One of the big questions is going to be how fast can we get it and how fast can we deploy it? So,
and sorry about that, Gabe. Where are you planning on distributing those? Where's the need?
Everywhere. Every space that we have more than one person that is using circulated air. So, I would advocate for the classrooms first, but I think, we demonstrably would need it in our office buildings as well.
And I just want to add that Gabe has done such a tremendous job researching all of this, working with partners and getting ahead of things and on it. So I just, Gabe, this board has given you a lot of discretion, and I think you've done an excellent job with it. And I know you are very frugal. So just kudos to you, and thank you so much for being so thorough with everything.
Who else has bought a 55-gallon drum of hand sanitizer? Okay, technology enhancements. Any questions about the webcams or screencast recording software? Okay, hearing none. Any question about a bilingual family and communities liaison to take the lead around COVID-19 related issues and interfacing with public health? Hearing none. Professional development for staff. That's of course negotiated, but at least we know that we would have already authorized the money for 1 day, extra day. Question? No. Edgenuity software platform, evening tutoring. Okay, then it sounds like everything as written. I'm looking for a motion for everything as written, except the 720 going to 200,000. Knowing that they will be back for more in August. There were other things that we just couldn't get worked up in time for this board packet.
I move we accept what you just said, Anne.
Thank you, Trustee Barrett. Is there a second?
And I'll second that.
Thank you, Trustee Diaz. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. Now we have another action item. I believe we're through with the educational program, are we not? Superintendent Cuban, who I look up to check with, and she's already raising her hand, so perhaps not.
Right, just one clarification on transportation. We're still waiting to hear the guidance from our the Rancho Public Health Group. We should hear any day though.
Okay. Rancho is the regional public health group, and the reason it's better for us to ask them questions is we get answers quicker, and they're more because they're rural public health officer consortium versus the big Bay Area one. They understand our situation better. So yeah. Okay, well, we will await that. Approval for revision to the board meeting calendar. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I don't have my agenda open to that page. What is the change that we are recommending?
We would like to move the August board meeting up by 1 week. We have our 45-day budget revision. Because there were such significant changes to the state budget, we need to respond to that within 45 days. And our currently scheduled board meeting is outside of the 45-day window. So we'd like to move the board meeting up a week.
So moving from August 13th to August 6th?
No, from the 20th to the 13th.
Yeah.
From the 20th to the 13th. I just made up my own days. Okay, and then did we already move the December meeting wherever we were supposed to move it?
I think we're good for the December meeting.
Okay, all right. Who would like to make a motion to approve the revision, which is just the one meeting date to August 13th?
I so move.
I'll second.
Moved by Trustee Arkin, seconded by Trustee Van Sant. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. And now approval of independent study option for Ukiah High Adult School High School Diploma Program. Didn't read that right. Superintendent Cuban, are you presenting this or is Katie Summers?
So we have the ability to offer independent study through the Ukiah Adult School, but it requires board approval. So we're just coming to the board to seek approval to offer independent study through our adult school program for adults in our community.
And this has never happened before?
We have not offered this.
Why wouldn't we do it?
There's no reason not to do it.
Okay.
No downside. Any questions about this? No. Okay, well, it's good timing. People want more distance. All those in, is there a motion to that effect?
I so move.
Moved?
Beyond. Second.
And trustee Barrett seconds. Thank you very much. All those in favor of offering the distance learning for the adult school?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? No. Okay. Is there anything else that we need to cover this evening?
We have to change agenda planning. Deb,
Okay.
right?
There was discussion about possibly a meeting in 2 weeks, or is that still just up in the air?
You know what I guess I would say is, could we pencil it in as a special board meeting for August 3rd? Because that will give 3 weeks for staff to be working on all of this. No, well, 2 full weeks. No, 3 weeks. 3 weeks for staff to be working on everything. And it will also give the science a little while to either go up, go down, or flatten out, whatever.
Do we need to?
Pardon me?
Do we need to meet in 2 weeks? Is there something we need to approve?
No, we were just anticipating that some things could come up. And so we kind of just wanted people to try and save the date of August 3rd in the evening in case. But we're not saying we need it. We're just saying, please pencil it in.
We just, if things change significantly in our community with COVID and our public health officer guides us to do something differently, and we would need to, we want to make sure that the board was behind that decision, because ultimately you make the decision.
Yeah.
And it could definitely happen by then, you know, hopefully things will flatten.
Right.
But we just need to be prepared for all of it.
Right.
I'm fine with having a tentative board meeting there. I guess what I don't want to do is do all this over again. So I you know, this has been really, really hard, and I don't want to say that in 2 weeks we're going to go through this entire process again. So I'm fine with holding a meeting, and I think, and saving the date, I think that's important. But if we're going to change the direction that we decided to go in tonight, I would like that to be based on something very specific, I guess. I mean, and if the public health officer tells us we need to make a change, that would be one thing, or the state tells us that, but I don't really know where to go with that. It's just, I don't want to have this exact same conversation again if there's not specific new information.
Trustee Van Sant, have I ever chaired a meeting ever that has repeated the exact same thing that has already been previously? No, I have not. Have faith. We'll also be covering the budget, the issues that didn't get covered tonight.
Then, or wait a minute, are we, Devo, are we changing the agenda planning?
Yes, we would need to hold the agenda planning on Wednesday, August 5th at noon.
Okay. All right.
When was it before?
The week after that, it was on the 11th. Remember you sent me a funny message, Ann?
Oh.
And you said ignore it?
It could happen again.
Oh, okay. I'll ignore it again.
Ignore it again.
Again, yeah. It's myself, use Zoe, okay.
Are you still available, Trustee Fernandez, on that day?
Yes.
Oh, I'm not.
Oh, you're not?
No.
Do we need to look at Tuesday then?
Sure.
Tuesday?
Could you do Tuesday?
Tuesday works fine for me. How about you, Zoe?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's the 4th.
4th.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Other items? I hope we're not going to do like board reports or anything. Please don't let us know. It simply says adjournment. And with that, we are adjourned.
Alrighty.
Good night, all.
Good night.